One of those days that brings back a whole lot of memories. 23 years since 9/11, 2001, and, of course, that tragic day changed the course of this country forever. And also, my daughter was born just a couple of weeks before 9/11. And I remember that feeling of having a newborn, being a brand new dad. Michelle and I, brand new parents, and then 9/11 happens, and you're like just doubting things. Like, what the hell did we just do? We just brought a new baby into this world. It was a very tumultuous time, for us to get back on track. But remember, never forget, on this 23rd, can you believe it, 23 years since 9/11. On this day. And, of course, I remember where I was. I was with the morning crew. We were live on the air. It was a Tuesday morning. And Martin Giles, our news guy on our old morning show, runs into the studio and says, turn on CNN. A plane just crashed into one of the World Trade Center towers, And initially, we all thought that it was just a small plane, that it was just a Cessna, or some people speculated it was a helicopter trying to get to the heliport over on the west side, or on the east side rather. Whatever side. The tourism helicopters that float around. And, of course, then a second plane hit, and we knew we were under attack. So I remember exactly where I was. Roxanne, you?
I was in California. I was living in California at the time. It was my ex-husband, and so we were on California time. We were sleeping, and my sister kept calling and calling. My dad was calling and calling our landline. Finally, I picked up.
Because the news broke at 8:46 was when the first plane hit the first tower. It was about 2-3 minutes after that the news coverage began. So it would have been really 5:45, 5:50 in the morning if you were out in, what was the dump you were living in?
Bakersfield,
California.
Was it a dump?
Yeah.
It was, but we got that call, and my sister said, "Rox, we're under attack," and my brain couldn't process it. She's like, "You have to go put on the TV," and we sat there for, I lived with my husband and my ex-husband and his 5 other teammates, and we just sat there and watched TV for the next, 2 days, and then we drove home because the season ended, and they just ended it right there, and we drove home, and it was really a strange time to do a cross-country drive, because each day of the drive you would see more and more American flags everywhere you went. And I even have all the newspaper headlines from each city we stopped in.
You saved clippings?
Yes.
So you picked up a newspaper, and so you guys drove across the whole country.
Right, on, I think it was September 13th-ish.
Because air travel was still shut down.
Exactly.
What was it, about a week before commercial jet travel began again?
Yeah, it took some time before it was going again.
So you guys drove. How long did it take to drive from Bakersfield all the way here?
We kind of did it wasn't a straight through drive. We stopped at one hotel. There were 4 of us in the car together.
Hold on. You stopped at just one hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on a minute. You drove from Bakersfield, California to Tampa Bay, and you only had to stay in one hotel?
Because we had multiple drivers.
So you had 4 people?
Yes. Everyone was just switching driving. We were,
But wait a minute.
Yes.
If you had 4 people in the car, did all of the ones that were doing late night shifts get enough sleep?
I think so. Okay, so we left from Bakersfield.
All you need is someone to fall asleep at 4 o'clock in the morning on some deserted Texas highway.
Right. Well, we're all in our early 20s back then. Everybody's got tons of energy, and it was all everyone was just kind of shocked into being awake because of what had happened. And we did stop, I want to say somewhere in Texas, and we stayed at a hotel and slept, maybe 6 hours.
Did all 4 of you cram into a single hotel room as well?
I think so, probably. We didn't have money. It wasn't, didn't have a lot of money to
you
around.
Mentioned the flags.
Right.
I just want to recognize the construction crew on the Howard Franklin Bridge, the construction company, and on the holidays, 4th of July, Labor Day, Memorial Day. The construction crew building the brand new Howard Franklin Bridge, they consistently use the cranes to hang the American flag, and I saw it this morning. They have a huge American flag illuminated right now because it is dark out, and the U.S. code calls for, if you fly a flag at night, that it has to be illuminated. I've got a flag at my house, and my landscape lighting illuminates. I've got a dedicated light that shines up my flagpole to illuminate the American flag that flies at my house. So the construction crew, Howard Franklin Bridge, they've got a flag hanging from one of the construction crane barges, and it's seemingly meant to look like it's at half staff.
Right.
So thank you to the construction crew.
They always do it right.
Yeah, they did a nice job. A lot of feedback on Jason Momoa. Did I say welcome to the MJ Morning Show? If not, welcome to the MJ Morning Show here on a Wednesday. Jason Momoa was on the show yesterday. And,
that was fun.
It really was. I had a lot of great feedback on that. My kids were shocked. And Julian and Chloe were both listening on the app, where the F-bomb that Momoa dropped remained. If you were listening here on the regular radio, if you were listening on 104.7 over a car radio or a regular conventional FM radio, you didn't hear the F-bomb because I
Quick
quickly...
reflexes.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple of seconds to do it. So I hit the dump button. So I removed the F-bomb from our live broadcast here on our federally regulated frequency of 104.7 FM, but we left everything intact on yesterday's podcast, which is on all the major platforms, and of course on MJTV if you're watching right now. So the F-bomb did, and my kids were like, well, he dropped the F-bomb, Daddy dropped the F-bomb. And they didn't know that I had dumped it on the regular airwaves.
Right.
So, my kids are pretty trained. They know. They know what words can be broadcast and which words, you can't broadcast.
Oh,
but it's pretty funny. And that was in the midst of us giving away the VIP package.
Yes, it was. And I have to say, I loved your icebreaker question.
Which was what?
Your Kona icebreaker question.
The what?
Your
Kona?
ice, or not Kona. What am I saying?
Shave ice.
Shave ice.
No, don't say shaved.
Shave.
Yeah. First you said shaved. When you're talking about Hawaiian shave ice, there's no D. It's shave ice.
Shave.
Yeah, that's authentic Hawaiian right there.
He liked that.
Yeah, he did.
That
well, listen, he's from Hawaii. He opened up the phone call with aloha.
Right.
Oh, all right. Hey, where's my little ID? If you
but
missed
I
it.
noticed you didn't say Hawaii. You didn't say, you never had the opportunity to
I
do
said,
your proper Hawaii pronunciation.
I said Hawaiian shave ice, so I didn't get it. I don't think I actually said the state Hawaii. I said Hawaiian shave ice. So,
I wonder if he would appreciate that authentic Hawaii.
And it was pretty funny in the call yesterday with Jason Momoa, and we'll tell you in a second why we had him on and why he's coming to town on Saturday. But I had him do one of those IDs.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Momoa, and you're listening to the MJ Morning Show.
So there you go. So we had him, and it took like 3 or 4 takes, and it was pretty funny. So we're just getting rolling. The reason why Momoa's in town is because he's going to be at Lucan's Fine Wine and Spirits at the Midtown Tampa location Saturday morning beginning at 10:30. So 10:30 to 12:30, Momoa's going to be doing a bottle signing for his vodka brand, which is Mile vodka. And they've got some VIP tickets, so you get in the VIP line. You get
me lay down after I drink a lot of it.
Exactly. You get 6 bottles, 3 of them autographed, and you can buy the VIP tickets on the Lucan's website. They have a few left, but we're giving away another VIP package this morning. So, and this is pretty big. There's the VIP line, and then those that win on this show, they get into the VIP line. So they'll even get in the earliest if you win one of our VIP packages. So we're going to give away later this morning. Just keep listening. Tell you when to call in, what number caller to be. And if you are the right caller, you'll get another VIP package. You'll get the VIP treatment. You'll get the earliest in line to go in and meet Jason Momoa and get a 6-pack and autographed bottles of his vodka. So that's going to be Lucan's this Saturday morning. Lucan's right on Dale Mabry, South Tampa, just south of 275, just north of Kennedy. It's going to be a fun time. 6:10 at the MJ Morning Show, just getting rolling on a Wednesday, 6:10, and traffic is on. We're back in minutes. Stand by. won the $800 million Mega Millions jackpot. Yeah, hang on. I forgot even where it is. I got the story over here. All right, MJ Morning Show on Q105. It's 104.7 FM. Hey there, MJ and Roxanne. We will check in with Fester later on. He is in Pennsylvania. He is taking a trip to the Hershey Highway this week and weekend. He's at this huge RV show because, as you know, this MJ Morning Show for Fester, it's just a little side gig. Yeah, his real job is selling RVs. Yeah, if he had to rely just on this radio gig, his family would starve. His family would go hungry. In fact, he would consume all the food because he's got to maintain that infrastructure, and that doesn't even cut it for him. So clearly, I'd hate to be down the chain.
Yeah, they'd have to live in their Tesla if he just had their
No, I don't think they would have a Tesla.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Pick one, the house or the Tesla.
They wouldn't have either. Yeah, if he had to rely just on this, they'd be homeless. Yeah, the radio industry has changed quite a bit.
Yes, it has.
So Fester's real job is selling RVs. And, we got to talk to him about his airplane scam, see how it worked out.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe he was trying to pull that on American. I didn't know that people. I thought Southwest was the one that people tried to pull those ruses on, but he's
to
bringing
get
it to
into
other
the
airlines.
get into the first 15
Right.
boarding group. You got the A, B, and C. Didn't Southwest? I haven't flown Southwest in a little bit, but isn't Southwest changing the boarding process?
We did a story on that a while back.
Yeah,
I think they were planning to do that.
But did they already? Did they already do it? Anyway, Fester calls the airline. We'll check in with Fester later on. He was on American, flying American from Tampa up to Pennsylvania, and he was in the back of the bus, back of the airplane, and then he calls up and says that he has a leg injury, and I guess it works for him every time, and they move him up into a better seat. And a lot of times they charge you for those seats. For instance, Michelle and I are doing a little trip this weekend because it's Michelle's birthday on Monday. So, kind of surprised Michelle and said, hey, let's go away for a little birthday weekend. So we're going to a very nostalgic place. And I'm not going to say exactly what it is. Just you'll have to follow my Instagram. This weekend, I will post some images on our special mystery trip where Michelle and I are headed. But going to, we have some decent seats. I cashed in. I'm flying American.
Oh, you are flying American?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of American miles that I just want to burn because I have an American Airlines Advantage credit card.
Yeah.
And with Chloe up at school and then Julian going to school, for whatever reason, we decided that on top of my American Express that we would have two other mileage cards to build mileage. And I built some mileage over 10 years on American, and just route-wise, just American is just our least flown airline. And I ended up with the credit card and a whole bunch of miles. So now I'm just kind of burning through the miles because I plan on ditching the credit card. I just don't need it. So we're just burning through miles. So we got some good seats going from Tampa to our mystery destination. But coming back, Michelle and I are in different rows and we're sandwiched in the middle.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and they've got all those dollar sign seats up front.
Yeah.
Not first class. And not even like their extra comfort section, but just even closer to the front, they've got the seats that you have to pay for. And there are a few of those left. And I don't feel like paying. I cashed in my mileage. It cost me like $5.60 a ticket, $5.60. It's the mileage plus the taxes and whatever they charge you, that $5.60 deal. So, I'm flying, essentially for free with my mileage. And I don't feel like paying them, $27, $32, $60 extra for a seat. So maybe I'll get some tips and pointers from Fester.
Hey.
A little later and maybe, say that both Michelle and I broke our legs and we need better seats.
He will have the scam-a-lamb tips.
Yeah.
I have the tips, though, because I fly American quite frequently.
Yep.
And I told you I'm going to walk you through the airside. I think it's airside D, right? and you go to Cafe Mise en Place.
There is no Airside D.
Is that the new one? Well, see, guess what? I did a whole write-up on the Airside that American is in on our lovely Q105 website.
If you're trying to send me to Airside D at Tampa International Airport,
there isn't one.
I'm going to miss my flight.
Okay.
Thank you so much. There is no Airside D.
Oh, well.
It's time for another edition of Erroneous Information with Roxanne.
Erroneous information it is. It is my specialty. Airside, let me try again. See, I am actually looking, I've done reviews of all the Airsides on myq105.com, but as I'm talking to you, it's taking 25 seconds to pull this page up.
Yeah.
So here we go. I got it. Excuse me, Airside F.
Yeah. So there's no Airside D. Airside D is the proposed
new one.
$1.5 billion new terminal that they're talking about building. Oh, I didn't get to the grappler. All right, I got to talk about the grappler here. Folks, this is cool. I don't know if any local law enforcement agencies have this. Maybe I need to call Sheriff Cronister or call Grady Judd or Sheriff Gualtieri, or maybe get a hold of Chief Burkall with the TPD. The grappler. Listen to this. There's a YouTube video I saw for the grappler.
Hello, I'm Sergeant Zach Schatz. I'm quartermaster here with Broken Arrow Police Department. I'm going to talk about...
So this is Broken Arrow Police. Do you know what Broken Arrow is?
No.
Have you ever heard of the town of Broken Arrow?
I have not.
Never?
I mean, it sounds familiar. But
If you were to guess, what state would you think that think. What state would Broken Arrow be in?
Kansas.
It's not a bad guess,
Okay.
but that's incorrect, but not a terrible guess.
Right? Oklahoma.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Good. Yeah, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. So this is a guy with Broken Arrow Police. Listen to this.
Hello, I'm Sergeant Zach Schatz. I'm quartermaster here with Broken Arrow Police Department. I'm going to talk about the grappler program that we've installed on our Tahoes and F-150 responders. The grappler can be used from the safety of the patrol car to effectively end the pursuit before somebody crashes, gets injured or killed, including the suspect. If you come to Broken Arrow and you commit a crime and you decide to run from us, we will chase you.
Yeah. Listen to this.
We have to keep that within the bounds of the safety of the public, so all that matters, the time of the day, the traffic conditions, the weather conditions, the crime in which we're chasing them for.
All right, so the grappler, what is it? Do a search on YouTube for the grappler. It's like a little platform that's folded up on the front bumper of the police vehicle. When a suspect is fleeing them, you know how they get to the back corner of the car and nudge it to do the pit maneuver to spin out the car? With the grappler, they drop the platform, so the platform is now, flat. It's not folded up on the bumper in the front of the vehicle. And then they get behind the vehicle as close as they can to the rear tire, and the grappler then gets caught up. It's like a whole netting. And it gets caught up in the rear wheel of the fleeing vehicle, and it just goes bum, 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 bum. And you can hear the sort of the popping sounds. Here, listen. And it causes the car to skid and I love the grappler.
Now it's attached to the other car with
exactly.
a big rope.
Yeah.
It's almost like, it reminds me very Inspector Gadget-ish. You know, like you extend something and grab the bad guy and pull back.
It's like a Spider-Man kind of deal.
Or Spider-Man,
So
yes.
again, they pull up behind the vehicle, right behind one of the tires, and they deploy the grappler underneath the tire, and it's like a netting, and it gets all caught up in the rear wheel, and it just screws up the vehicle, and it stops the other vehicle. That's great. I thought I remembered some years ago, and I don't know if this ever got deployed or if it was just a concept. Speaking of a grappler, when you think of a grappling hook, you're throwing a hook and you catch it on a rock while you're climbing something. There was also some kind of grappler device where the police cars had a harpoon.
Oh, almost.
They shot a harpoon from the front of the vehicle, and it would lodge into the bumper or the trunk.
And hook in.
Yeah, hook in, and then they could slow the car that way. And I think that was a a prototype. I don't know if that ever got built, but man, that was also the coolest damn thing. Cars fleeing from the cops, and you fire a harpoon at their vehicle, and you hook them up like a fish.
Yeah.
So, all right, six. I gotta go to Broken Arrow and flee the cops that are in.
Watch these chases.
I'm gonna go to Broken Arrow. I'm gonna rent a rental car, and I'm just gonna. Oh, you know what? Speaking of rental cars, I got to play, probably not next, but
Okay.
I had a stand-up comedy dude, I don't even know who the hell he is, pop up in one of my feeds with a funny rental car joke. I'm like, you know what? I laughed out loud.
You LOL'd at it?
I LOL'd at this stand-up comic I've never heard of who has got a funny-ass rental car story. But yeah, I'm definitely going to Broken Arrow. I'm going to rent a car. I'm going to flee from cops, and I want them to use the grappler and disable my rental car. That's what I want. All right, early morons in the news next on the MJ Morning Show, 6:33. Speaking of cars. I was just talking about that funny stand-up comedian rental car joke that somehow popped up in one of my reel feeds on Instagram. And I laughed at it. And, you know, I don't play many stand-up comedian bits on this show, but this was funny, and I just found it online. You know, because if you try to find the feed again, you know, the search feature doesn't always work that well. So that was I just did a quick little search on this thing, and I found the joke. So we'll play it in the next segment.
What's his name? What's the comedian's name?
John Joseph. I never heard of the guy, John, but I mean, I laughed out loud at this joke. So what is it? Stand by. We'll get to it on 15, 18 minutes or so in the 7 o'clock segment coming up in just a bit. But first,
been spending most their lives living in a moron's paradise. Been spending most their lives living in a moron's paradise.
Here we go, man. This is just creepy. This is moron creepy. An Arizona principal has been busted. Why? Sexting a 12-year-old girl and telling her, I don't mind your age.
Oh, it works for him?
Oh, man, that's ick.
That's very ick.
That is, ew. There's a high school principal in Arizona has been arrested trying to persuade a 12-year-old girl to get, quote, cozy in bed, take naked photos, perform acts, and texting her, I don't mind your age. Oh, my God, man.
I don't mind if you don't mind.
I feel like I've got bugs crawling on my body right now.
Creepy crawlies. Ooh.
Yeah, Joseph Kinney, 42-year-old principal at Buckeye Union High School in Buckeye, Arizona, thought he was going to be all sleek and sly using an anonymous social media app called Whisper. What?
I've never heard of Whisper.
Whisper.
Sounds like...
Never heard of this thing.
Yeah.
And why would the 12-year-old girl, is this a known app? Hey, has anyone heard of Whisper? What the hell is Whisper? Somebody call me up right now. 800-990-1047. What the hell is this secret anonymous social media app called Whisper? What happened? Give me a quick rundown. If you know what it is, if you use it, 800-990-1047. I don't integrate phone calls a lot into early morons in the news, but what the hell?
You know, there are some of these apps now I've been seeing lately, like there's another one called Confide, and there are these communication...
I've never heard of that.
Right? There are these communication apps where you can send messages, they're encrypted, and then they, disappear after they're read.
Right.
So it's probably something like that where you feel like you're protected to send skeezy stuff like this guy did.
Anyway, he used this Whisper app to talk to someone that he assumed was a preteen girl, but it was actually an undercover agent.
Okay, so this was not, I don't know why I just had it in my head when you said principal. I just started picturing it was one of his students.
No. So when I first saw the story, I did not assume, because it was a high school principal and you don't have 12-year-olds in high school. So but are teens on Whisper? Do teens, look, the phones are ringing. I mean, this is creepy. And a lot of times you got the cops out there trolling for people, and they've got these decoy cops pretending to be underage girls or boys to ensnare, to grab these sickos. Yeah, so investigators, I guess, kind of got on this guy's radar, this guy got on their radar back in July when he responded to a post from an agent that said, bored, LOL, what should I do? This guy's a principal at a high school in Arizona, my God.
Ugh.
Using the handle Macabre Pure, suggested that she get cozy in bed and undress. The agent, still posing as the young girl, told him that she was only 12, and that's where he said, I don't mind your age. Hang on a minute. I got phones ringing here. Thank you. Kay in St. Pete. Kay, what do you know about Whisper? Educate me here.
Hi. So I was on Whisper for a while. It is completely anonymous. You don't even have to give an email address or set up a profile or anything like that.
Wow.
And it's just mainly for people who want to vent, or you can say pretty much anything on there. Like I saw somebody said,
hold on, be careful, we're on the air.
Oh, I'm not gonna curse.
All right, go ahead.
I know better than that.
All right.
But you hear someone said something like, my boss pissed me off today. I really want to kill her, or something like that.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's just all kinds of just stuff. People.
So, Kay, you just go to the App Store or the Google Play Store and download the Whisper app?
Yep.
And why were you on there? What were you doing?
I was curious. I haven't been on it in probably about a year.
Okay.
But I was just curious. Someone had suggested it to me. So I went on it, and I don't know. It was just stupid. It's just Instagram, TikTok, all that stuff, except you don't have to set up a profile, and you can be completely anonymous. You don't know who anybody is. I believe you can send private messages on it. I never did anything like that.
Is it also like a pickup spot or not really?
I would say not really, but I had a couple of people criticize me because I wasn't on there to hook up with anybody. So that was kind of when I just gave up on it.
All right.
But yeah.
So what do you use, Kay? What is your, if any, social media preference?
Facebook, but I'm not really a social media person.
Yeah.
But it would be Facebook. I stay on there to keep in touch with my family and, I have family in the military and all that. So,
Well, Kay, thanks for checking in. Thanks for listening.
you're welcome. Have a good day.
Definitely one of those apps most people want to stay away from, especially children, because you're getting exposed to, unsolicited content here and responding to any question. Any sort of confession, it's just, you should always watch your kids.
So it's like a confession type of site, it sounds like.
Or if you want to murder your boss, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a confession.
Apparently.
Like, I feel like killing my boss. Like, that's someone is confessing that to the Whisper community. No wonder law enforcement hangs out on Whisper.
So, Tony, did you go on Whisper?
Occasionally, yes.
And, what's the last activity? What happened when you were on Whisper? What did you do?
I witnessed somebody, confess to their crush or something like that.
Well, give me, expand on that. Explain.
Oh, just something like, I've been watching you. I've been, doing stuff like, just wondering where you've been, etc.
All right, well, who are you crushing on? Who are you creeping on?
Not me. I just read a conversation on there.
So you're just going on to entertain yourself and see the other creeps out there.
Yeah.
So you're a creep watcher.
Yeah. That's pretty entertaining.
All right, Tony, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Whisper.
I mean, if you told me
Whisper.
ASMR app, I would be all over it.
What were you saying?
If Whisper was an ASMR app, I would be all over it.
What were you saying something else? No?
No, that was it.
All right. This is not a good son. This is out of the Village's news. Mom goes away and her adult son uses her car to commit a robbery. Got mom's license plate. A Village's son charged with using his mother's car in a robbery at a Circle K while she was up in North Dakota. Tanner Reed Archer, 42, who lives with his mother. 42 years old, living with mom. There you go. That's a life right there. Tanner Reed Archer lives with his mother in the Villages, was arrested and charged with a warrant on the robbery. He drove his mother's silver Chevy Malibu late on the night of July 23rd. And that included a robbery of a nearby Circle K. What a jackwagon. Yeah, he didn't display a weapon. He left the Circle K with about $300 in cash. Walked back to his mother's car. The clerk immediately called 911 and provided a description of the robber. A man and his girlfriend had been pumping gas and witnessed the robbery. A detective went to work on the case immediately, began pulling footage from surveillance cameras at the gates in the Villages, and soon found that Archer's mother was the owner of the vehicle. Mom's in North Dakota, and you're taking mom's car and knocking off a Circle K. What a jackwagon.
He's Tanner.
Idiot.
Somebody needs to tan your hide.
All right, thank you. All right, 6:51 at the MJ Morning Show. A little dose of early morons in the news. If you were listening a little while ago, I was talking about rental cars, and I said that I saw this stand-up comedian with a rental car joke that I laughed out loud. It caused me to laugh out loud. I was just scrolling in my Instagram feed, and this clip comes up of a stand-up comic. I never heard of this guy, and listen, if the guy literally made me laugh out loud, and I'm talking about rental cars, I'm going to play the guy's joke. So we found it online, and I'll play it next. So let me know if you laughed or if I'm just, I'm jaded or something. All right, so we'll get to that next as we start the 7 o'clock hour in minutes here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Stand by. Oh. I also need someone to explain in just a few minutes who Nico Cotto Avocado is, as I've just become aware of this YouTuber, and it seems like he scammed a whole bunch of folks. Nico Cotto Avocado, and what he did on YouTube. Hold on to that thought. I want to grab some phone calls on this in just a bit. All right, 7:02 at the MJ Morning Show. Heads up, we'll give away the next VIP package. This is the VIP package. This is first access. Even before the VIP line, you get even VIPer treatment at Lucan's this Saturday morning, where Jason Momoa, Aquaman himself, And, I also asked him about the Minecraft movie, which is upcoming. And,
He's like, bro, it's awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of buzz on this thing. There's a Minecraft movie coming out, and Momoa is in it. I think he said spring. So spring 25 coming up early next year. So he's going to be at Lucan's with a bottle signing for the vodka brand Melee that he's associated with. So Lucan's Midtown, and we'll give away the next VIP package. It's you and 2 guests. So 3 total people, and you'll get a 6-pack of vodka, 3 bottles signed. You get to meet Jason Momoa. And I'll give away the next VIP package from Lucan's and the MJ Morning Show in just sometime this morning. So just keep listening, and I'll tell you when to phone in. All right, a few minutes ago, I mentioned rental cars because we were talking about this grappler device that some police departments are using, and it ensnares the rear tire. The cop car in a car chase will pull up behind the vehicle, deploys this platform that gets sucked into the rear tire, and it nets the car, and it totally frigs up the fleeing car. And I said, you know what? I want to rent a car and just go out to this Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and just flee from the cops and have them use the grappler on me. I want to give it a shot. It's so cool looking. And, of course, I'm being facetious. But then I said, hey, speaking of rental cars, I saw this hysterical stand-up comic bit on Instagram. I was just going through some reels, and this stand-up comic who I've never heard of, the guy's name is John Joseph. I don't even know if so I looked him up, but I don't even know if he's... John Joseph is one of the hottest stand-up comics working today.
Okay, I never heard of him.
Yeah, I'm just not aware of the guy. Yeah, let's see, he has a website.
I'm sure he does.
Let me see if he has tour dates.
Yeah, maybe he's coming to Tampa.
Calendar.
Maybe he's coming to the Improv.
John Joseph, Halifax, what is that, Nova Scotia? He's going to be in Vancouver, San Francisco, going to be in Quebec. I guess Canadians love it. Maybe he's a Canadian dude. I don't know. All right, so I'm on my Instagram. I'm just, I'm in a little bit of a doom scroll a couple of days ago, and this video comes up of him telling a rental car joke, and I'm like, oh my God, that's hysterical. I started laughing out loud.
It just hit. It just was very relatable. Let me hear it.
Tell me if this is funny or if I'm just, a clueless dolt. All right, here. Listen to this.
Okay, I'm going to have a serious...
hang on. Here we go. Listen to this.
Car had less than 100 miles on it. Brand new car. Cost me $46 for the day.
All right, so he's talking to me. Rents a car. It's $46 for the day to rent this car.
That's reasonable.
I drove here in a rent-a-car. Had less than 100 miles on it. Brand new car. Cost me $46 for the day. $46. For $11 extra, you can total it.
That's funny.
That's good.
Yeah. So he's talking about the liability waiver. You pay extra and everything's covered. I mean, that's funny as hell. Like, all right, let me start the joke from the beginning. I'll let it run. Here we.
I drove here in a rent-a-car. Had less than 100 miles on it. Brand new car. Cost me $46 for the day. $46. For $11 extra, you can total it. You can't get a drink in some bars for $11. But you pay $11 insurance on a brand new rent-a-car. You can leave that car on a railroad track. Sit across the street with a couple of pals. Watch a train smash through that car. Call a 1-800 number, and someone will bring you another new car. I'm on my 4th car.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
You know what's funny is when you go to rent a car and you pay for it, and usually it's like X amount, and you go, okay, that's a lot. This is expensive, and then they go, but for $11 more, you can do this, and you go, oh no, pal, you're not going to trick me into paying more. No. But when you put it like that, it's a good deal.
I've totaled a rental car.
You've totaled one?
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
I totaled a rental car. I've told the story before. You were here. I was flying. This is when I did the little time up in New York.
Yeah.
And I was flying because we were here all the time. I was flying from Tampa back to New York to LaGuardia, and it was like February, and there was a big snowstorm, and the New York airports were closed because of the snow. we had to divert. When we left Tampa,
Yeah.
hey, LaGuardia was open.
Right.
As we're approaching LaGuardia, whoop, LaGuardia's closed. JFK closed. Newark closed. Everything's closed. So we had to divert to Syracuse. And it turned out I was with, on my flight, one of the iHeart executives
Right.
lives here in Tampa as well, Brad Harden. And Brad was on my flight actually going back. So we were in Syracuse all of a sudden. I got to be on the air the next morning, Monday morning at 6 a.m. in New York City. And I said, hey, let's just rent a car. It's like a 5-hour drive back to the city. And roads were nasty up there as well.
Oh, I bet.
Rented, what was it, a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Okay, I can picture that.
And
yeah, back in the day.
We were on I-81 just outside of Binghamton. And I'm driving like 35, 40 miles an hour on the interstate, heading down to, we're in Broome County, New York, and we're heading back to the city, and I'm driving very slow and reasonably in the right lane, and a tour bus flies up on my ass within like feet of my bumper, and then switches lanes to the left and tags the rear of the vehicle and spins me out into a guardrail.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and so and this is amazing. If that metal steel cable guardrail was not there, we would have been like 100 feet down an embankment. Oh yeah.
amazing.
Oh yeah. And this is what's amazing. Took out the whole freaking guardrail, like, because the metal cables were embedded in the front of the car. I mean, the front and side of the car, there was no cockpit intrusion, but the cables just ripped apart the whole front of the car. The cables were embedded through the tire, and the car was totaled. It was gone. But I'll tell you what, that guardrail saved us from plummeting off of I-81 just outside of Binghamton.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to tell you right now, that was the best deal ever. The state of New York charged my insurance company like $795 for the guardrail. That is the best freaking $795 I've ever spent in my life. Anyway, so I had it on my American Express card, and technically, I decline all the damage waivers because between my car insurance and my American Express card,
someone's going to cover you.
It's covered, and I didn't pay a dime. I didn't pay it. It was totally.
Good. How'd you feel after all that?
I was fine. I mean, we were Brad, who was with me. He had dozed off, and the next thing you know, we're yeah. Anyway, the bus stopped like 3 miles down the road. I think he was already into Pennsylvania or something. Seriously. So the bus stopped like miles down the road, and no tickets. No ticket. I'm like, what do you mean you didn't give the bus driver a ticket?
Yeah.
He grazed me and spun me out into a freaking guardrail. So that's the only vehicle that I've ever totaled. And it was an Avis rent-a-car.
Jeez.
And it was a red Jeep Grand Cherokee. And I don't think the tires were the best. The vehicle had 33,000 miles on it, so it had some wear and tear on it. And the vehicle, the amount that they claimed the vehicle was worth, and it was, billed to the insurance company, whatever, it was like $35,000. I'm like, come on, that is way overinflated. A couple of year-old Jeep Grand Cherokee with
that many miles,
32,000 miles on it. Come on, it wasn't worth that much money.
Wow.
But that was my rental car totaling experience.
Well, you totaled it, and that was harrowing, and that you could have gone over the edge and perished. So I don't have a story that is that scary, but I've told you my rental car story where I made a car undrivable, right?
Oh, you. Yeah, you.
Okay, I'll tell you real quick.
You went over the spike strips. You went over where they have the signs: "Do not reverse, don't back up," and you backed up.
No. Well, I drove out the wrong way.
Oh, you drove.
Yeah. I don't know how I ended up there, but I was in. It was like my first big girl business trip. It was when I was an accountant.
But they have all those signs that say "Do not enter, severe tire damage."
Somehow those signs slipped past me. Okay, because I was on my first business trip in my early 20s, and my parents are like, "Be careful, Roxanne, you're going to Phoenix. That's a big city. Could be dangerous." And they're getting me all worked up. And I pull out of the parking lot, and I've got a MapQuest with me. That's how long ago it was, because, I printed it out on a piece of paper, so I'm figuring out where my client is. And I, all of a sudden, driving, and I hear, pop, 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 pop. And I just hid in my car because I thought people were shooting at
Like
me.
that, where they, it was like, and you thought somebody was shooting at you.
I ducked down.
Yeah, it's like Steve Martin and The Jerk. Where the oil cans were somebody hates these oil cans.
Yeah.
Who hates these oil cans? You blew out all 4 tires. You didn't stop on the first 2 tires. You continued going and blew out all 4 tires.
I was trying to get away from the gunfire. Get me out of here.
Did you have to pay for 4 tires?
No. Somehow I had the right insurance on that, or my company did, and it was all good. They just go, come on back, get a new car, go out this way. We'll lead you out, like air traffic control people leading me out the correct way. But I'll tell you, it took me a long time to drive over those again without a lot of hesitation. Anytime I see those, I'm like, wait, which way are they going?
Yeah, you had PTRC. SD,
post-traumatic
rental car stress disorder. Yeah, that's what you. All right, so I don't have time. I wasn't planning on telling the rental car story, but I did. So when we get back, we start an hour and 20 minutes of Nonstop MJ. So we start this long segment. We do it every single day around 7:25-ish or so. So that'll happen next. I want to know about this Nico Cotto avocado. Does anyone follow this guy on social media? Do you feel cheated? Do you feel rooked and scammed with his so-called social media experiment? Also, I have a picture that I saw of the label on meat at a supermarket. And I'm just curious, would you buy meat if it was labeled like this? How? What? Tell you in a minute. Oh, also the Dave Grohl, the Foo Fighters story. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's messy.
Oh, my God. What a mess. Is his wife going to stick with him? If you haven't heard what Dave Grohl, lead singer of the Foo Fighters, if you don't know what he did, oh, my God, you got to hear this. Yeah, also, with dating apps, apparently dating apps are falling out of favor. There's another app that people are using to meet folks. We'll get to that coming up in just a bit. Also at 7:45, a shocker story. Woman's husband dies, right? Mm-hmm. And that's already big enough shock. Guess what? The biggest shock was discovered after he died. Yeah, like double whammy, slammy, jammy. That's coming up in just a bit. And then, of course, the Lukens, Jason Momoa, VIP tickets. We'll give those away coming up in just a bit here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Hey, if you were listening yesterday when we had Jason Momoa call in live at 8:30, you heard me mention... It is the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 723. And right now, we begin 1 hour and 20 minutes plus. Yeah, you always get more. I under-promise and over-deliver every single morning. You always get more than an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ here on 104.7 FM. And we still rely on you to spread the word that the MJ Morning Show is back, because we've got no budget. I really need to run billboards like the Jesus station, for 2 years. We need billboards up there constantly to really let everyone know in the Tampa Bay area that the MJ Morning Show is back. So do me a favor, help us out, since we don't have the budget to put up billboards all over the place, like that Joy station. Yeah, you know what? I might just get up on those Joy billboards and just spray paint those and turn M-Joy.
Yeah, just put the M there.
MJ,
Mm-hmm.
M-Joy.
I don't think God will like that.
Yeah, I might get punished. 104.7 FM. Spread the word. The MJ Morning Show is back. Man, there's a lot of money in religious radio, man, because those billboards are all over the place for Joy. I can't get jack crap going on here. But I'll tell you what, the Big J billboards are all over the place.
They're everywhere. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So, hey, we've got the Lukens VIP package to meet Jason Momoa. We'll give that away sometime during this long hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. So stand by. Somebody, please explain to me this Nico Cotto avocado.
I always have to say it. Nico Cotto avocado from Mexico.
Listen, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing this guy's name properly. Do you feel scammed? Who is aware of this guy? Who has watched this guy's videos? And what's the definition of mukbang? I mean, I hope it's nothing dirty. I mean, but YouTuber Nico Cotto Avocado, known for grotesque mukbang videos, reveals a 250-pound weight loss, and he hid it from fans for months. So he pre-recorded videos for months and months and months and months and months, and then posted those of this totally obese guy, I guess, grotesquely eating food. And the guy was like, hundreds and hundreds of pounds. Like, 4 or 5. Anyway, he shot all these videos ahead of time. And Andrew just brought up mukbang.
Yeah.
Mukbang is an online audio-visual broadcast in which a host consumes various quantities of food while interacting with the audience. The genre became popular in South Korea in the early 2010s and has become a global trend since the mid-2010s. Varieties of foods ranging from pizza to noodles are consumed in front of the camera.
Oh, so we've kind of done a mukbang unintentionally here when Sardo brings in pizza. You and I shove pizza in our face, and we've kind of been mukbanging in front of the cameras. We didn't even know it.
You're a mukbanger. All right, so does anyone watch this guy? Was anyone shocked when he then revealed that, hey, you guys all been subject to a social experiment? If there are any individuals that are listening to the show right now and you watch Nico Cotto Avocado, he's got, tens of millions of views and followers. If you know who Nico Cotto Avocado is, what the hell does that name mean? If you know who this guy is, if you've watched the videos, if you know the story, or if I'm filling you in now for the first time, that he now has revealed that his eating deal was all a social experiment. Then he kept posting videos that were all pre-recorded because over months and months, he lost 250 pounds.
Okay, so this is, someone's trying to explain it to me. One of my friends is saying that, like you said, pre-recorded those videos.
You have your friend call in?
Okay.
Just tell him to call in.
Okay.
All right, folks, I want to hear from you. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. If you watch and know who Nico Cotto Avocado is. And the other thing I want to know is, what is so exciting about just watching somebody shove their trap with food? That doesn't appeal to me. I want to go to a YouTube channel, and I just want to sit there when I want to watch someone shove their face. Listen, maybe you can convince me that it's very entertaining. Maybe you can convince me that I'm missing out on watching somebody consume large quantities of food online. All right, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. Grab a couple of calls before we move on. And then also some audio of Nico Cotto. And this is the big fat slob. His shirt is, it's like sitting up mid-chest like he's a Magilla gorilla with his belly hanging out. He's shoving his face full of food. And then the videos kept coming, but boom, out of nowhere, the last video he posted, the guy's skinny. The guy he lost 250 pounds and said, hey, you've all been part of a social media experiment. Here, listen to this audio.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
Sound like a creep.
This has been the greatest social experiment of my entire life.
Sounds like you need to register wherever you move.
It's compelling. It's gripping. So I am the villain. Because I've made myself one. And you will continue to consume these stories about me year after year after year. For as long as I tell the internet that I am the villain.
All right, anyway, this goes on for like 15 minutes. All right, let me grab some calls here. Oh, a bunch of kids are calling it. Is he... are kids into this mukbang Nico? All right, let me grab...
Not my kids. My kids are too young, but I have heard some kids are.
Let me grab Stacy and Lutz. Stacy, hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show, Stacy.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, all right, what do you know about this guy?
So my kids watch him.
Yeah.
He started off as a vegan, and I guess he was malnourished and it wasn't working out for him, so then he went the other extreme. and his husband kind of joins them in on it too. His name's Orlin or whatever, and they just like overeat, and a lot of it's staged. You know, you can tell it's staged and exaggerated.
Now, Stacey, how old are your kids? You said your kids watch it. How old are they?
15 and 17, but they started watching him probably about 2 years ago. So,
But it seems to be like a teenage thing watching. And am I pronouncing it right? Is it Nico Cotto Avocado?
yeah, I think it's like Nikocado avocado, something like that.
Nikocado Avocado. And are your kids aware that it was all a phony social experiment and the guy's lost 250 pounds now and he's like thin as a rail?
Yeah, I was actually at school doing an exam, and I get a text message from my daughter, and she's like, "No!" And then she
Hold on, your daughter was going, "No,
She's
he's
upset.
now skinny."
she was like, "No, look what happened." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, is he sick?" But and then I guess it was he lost the weight, but I mean, those people, they're in for the money. I mean, he's made millions off of his merchandise and all the other stuff. So.
Yeah, well, you look at the number of views, and it's tens and tens and tens of millions of views. So clearly the guy's been monetizing this, and you're right, probably has made millions of dollars off of this. Stacey, thanks for the call.
You're welcome.
All right, Cody in Lakeland. Cody is a young person. Cody, how old are you?
I am 11 years old, sir.
Okay, well, hey, well, thank you. Oh, look how polite you are,
Nice
Cody.
manners.
I'm getting a sir. Cody, how long have you been aware of, how do you pronounce his name, first of all?
It's Nikocado Avocado.
All right, and
That's how I pronounce it.
okay, Nikocado Avocado. And when you found out, and I'm sure you have, that he was just kind of pulling a kind of a scam and a social media experiment, and he now is thin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. One of the things I saw, so I wanted to see what kind of videos he posted. So I went on one of his YouTube videos, and I saw, so he posted a video in 2023, and there was a news broadcasting that was showing in 2019.
What did it show?
It showed it showed like a news broadcasting of a car crash, and it was a local car crash, and it was showing it, and it said 2019.
But what does that have to do with him eating?
Oh, it was in the background of one of his eating videos.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you were able to time stamp. So you think he's been making these videos and stockpiling them for years?
Yeah, and then just posting one each time, because I do content creation on myself, and so I saw you're able to post videos in advance. So you post one, and then in 2 or 3 months you post another one automatically.
What kind of food, when you would watch this Nikocado Avocado, what food, give me an example of what you remember, what foods was he shoving in his face?
Like noodles or pizza or all the junk food.
And just enormous quantities, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, Cody, thanks. Where do you go to school, Cody?
South McKeel Academy.
All right, hey, hi to all your classmates, and have a great day at school, Cody. Thanks for listening and calling in.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
You bet. Look, a polite kid.
Sweetheart.
I got sir on the front end, sir on the background.
Nice
On
manners.
the back end, rather. Let me grab one more before we move on. Carter in Tampa. Carter, how old are you?
I'm 12, sir.
All right, so I got another sir. Look at these polite kids that are called. Polite kids listen to the MJ Morning
and
Show.
polite kids watch YouTube.
All right, so Carter, is that your dad laughing?
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, how you doing?
Oh, loving it.
All
Love
right.
the manners.
All right, so you probably don't get that at home, right?
Yeah, he just clicks me.
All right.
He presents well, though.
All right, so
good.
Carter, what can you tell me about this Nikocado Avocado?
Yeah, so I know that his videos were very popular, and then I feel like they've settled down a little bit in more present, and in the rest of the video, in this new video,
Yep.
he just, again, eats mass quantities of ramen, just like he did when he was obese.
Oh, wow. So he's still consuming a ton of food in the latest video. Do you feel scammed that he now says that he was just pulling a social media experiment, and the fact that he had shot all of these videos ahead of time and posted them for months and months and months while he was losing 250 pounds? Do you feel deceived at all, Carter?
I mean, he did a really really good job with it, to be honest. I didn't really watch his videos as like a fan of Nick Avocado, but I know with all the memes going around and stuff, it's good for him, to be honest. Because people were making fun of him, and I can tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think he's the one laughing all the way to the bank because he's made millions of dollars.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a hot take, Carter. Good job.
All right, Carter, thanks for the
Thank
call,
you.
buddy.
Hey, MJ.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
MJ, my friend can't call in, but
Of course.
He did explain. He's at work. He did explain that some people are praising him, instead of people praising and congratulating him, they're saying that he took Ozempic and trying to minimize what he did, but obviously he did it over this long period of time, so that's not the case, presumably. And he said it's a good thing for him. He just proved human nature and how others will follow grotesque things to make themselves feel better. That was his part of the social experiment angle.
All right, so this is the Nick Avocado. What was the other? Mr. Beast doing all his crazy videos. Wasn't there some other viral video that we talked about recently as well? What was it?
We talk about him all the time.
Nah, there was one other.
What's it in reference to?
I can't remember. All right, speaking of food, would you buy packaged meat at the store where, you go to the meat department, you go to you got the pork, you got the chicken, you got the beef, the steaks and everything, and you look at the labels, and if you're looking at steaks, it'll say, ribeye.
Right.
It'll say bottom, a strip steak, New York strip, filet mignon, whatever, bottom round, whatever the cut of meat is. This guy posted a picture. He was at a Food for Less store. Do we have those around? I think we have Food for Less, don't we?
I don't know. Let me see if I can find one in our area.
Did I stop at a Food for Less on 50th Street?
You have to put the number 4.
Yeah,
okay.
it's food, then the number 4 less. Food for Less. I think we might have some of those locally. Anyway, this guy buys or takes a picture of packaged meat, and it's some kind of unknown meat inside the styrofoam tray, the cellophane on top, and then the sticker, and it just reads miscellaneous meat. What?
Okay. That's interesting.
Oh my! It just says miss. Would you buy Who is buying that? Who is buying a package with some unknown substance? You can't even tell what it is, and the label says miscellaneous meat.
See, I wouldn't buy miscellaneous, but I'd buy mystery meat, or I'd buy hodgepodge of various meats.
My God! Hey, we ought to learn something from this. I saw a story that Madrid. In Spain, in Madrid, Spain, they've banned those rental e-scooters.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Hello, City of Tampa. Ban them. City of Tampa. Mayor Castor, follow Madrid and ban these damn scooters. I mean, most of them end up chucked into the Hillsborough River anyway, downtown.
Yeah, so they're not good for the environment.
So they're either thrown into the Hillsborough River, leaking probably all their lithium-ion battery juice, or they're being strewn across sidewalks and roads and yards all across Tampa Bay.
Yeah, when I've been walking around downtown Tampa with my kids on occasion, we always come across one, and my kids try to jump on it, and I'm like, no, get off. They're just accidents waiting to happen from every angle.
Oh, my God, they're a menace. These damn electric scooters are a menace. Yes, Andrew.
1, are they less safe than golf carts? And 2, are they banning them completely or banning the rental ones?
The rental ones. So in Madrid, they're banning the rental scooters is what they're doing. All right, heads up, folks. We will give out the next VIP package to meet Jason Momoa Saturday morning at Lucan's in South Tampa. Again, you can get in the regular line if you want to go meet Jason Momoa, or you can go to the Lucan's website and buy the VIP package, which they're not making any money on the VIP package because you're getting 6 bottles of his vodka, 3 bottles signed. There's no premium to meet Jason Momoa, but Aquaman himself will be in South Tampa at Lucan's Saturday morning, 10:30 to 12:30, and I'm giving away a VIP pass because our VIPs that we're giving away, you even go in before the VIP line, which is already special. So this is VIP. And we'll give away the package in just a bit. Just keep listening here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. Now, I don't know if this is genius, but Roxanne, when's the last time you ordered a soft serve cone with sprinkles?
For myself?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a sprinkle person.
Well, listen, some adults love sprinkles, but
I'm not.
This also applies to the kids. Now,
Okay.
I really don't care for sprinkles either.
Yeah, they're just
they're like
when you chew 'em,
they're like colorful rat droppings. You know, that's what they remind me of. They remind me of colorful little rat turds.
Yeah, and because they can't decide if they want to be crunchy or soft, they're just kind of somewhere in the middle.
And then if you get the brown ones, well, really, yeah, they're totally.
Ew.
But no. Did I just ruin?
Those aren't chocolate.
Did I just ruin sprinkles for
You
everybody?
ruined chocolate sprinkles.
All right, well, you ready for the sprinkle hack? You ready?
My kids are going to like this. They're sprinkly.
All right. Well, what happens if you get an ice cream cone and then it's dipped in the sprinkles, and then you do your first round of licking, and the sprinkles are gone?
Great point.
So,
yeah, because it's very
it's exterior,
right?
It's on the outside perimeter. You lick your ice cream cone, and the sprinkles are gone.
If you're a sprinkle person, you're not going to have a consistent experience with your ice cream. You're going to lick them, and then you just have to deal with the plain vanilla or whatever ice cream.
Are you ready for the sprinkle hack?
What is it?
If you love sprinkles, once you lick off the exterior outside layer of sprinkles and you're left just with your ice cream cone,
you throw them back up.
Now what you do is when you order your ice cream cone, you ask for a little cup of sprinkles on the side.
Oh, so side sprinkle.
Yeah, you get a refresher. You get a little do-it-yourself kit. So then when you order your sprinkle cone, you say, hey, can I just get a little cup and just give me another handful of sprinkles in there? And then you re-sprinkle your cone.
Oh, there you go.
So as you eat your cone, you can re-sprinkle the outer layer and always have some sprinkles.
Oh, my kids are going to do that. Yep.
There you go.
Spill them everywhere in the car. Perfect.
Listen, this show is great for hacks. And there you go. It's the sprinkle hack. I was never a sprinkle person per se. I did like the Dairy Queen, the hard shell dips.
Okay.
The magic shell, and I was always
just
partial.
Buy magic shell in the grocery store. That's good.
I was always partial to the red, the cherry dip.
Okay.
You get a vanilla Dairy Queen cone, a soft serve, and then you dip it in the red. That was always big for me.
I'm a butterscotch person.
Yeah,
I like a good butterscotch topping, and I like malt. You say Dairy Queen. Oh, a malt. People don't go for the malt often.
You mean a milkshake,
Yes.
a malted shake?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a malt fan.
Yeah.
So I like taking like the carnation vanilla malt. So a vanilla shake with extra malt. I love the malt flavor.
Me too.
Absolutely. All right, I have a warning to parents. Are you giving out way too much information on your kidlets? Listen to this.
I saw this story, MJ, and it made me. I'm doing everything wrong.
Okay.
Everything.
How do you know?
Because I read the story. Yeah, I didn't send it to you because it was too depressing.
Hold on. Let's see if you have any idea what I'm talking about. You think you know what I'm about to do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, psychic Roxanne. You tell me what am I talking about?
You're talking about pictures online, photos on what you put up on Facebook and all your social media stuff.
No,
really.
That's not where I'm headed.
Oh, hey, okay. Well, you swerved this show. I thought we were going down one path with the.
No, I just said
social media stuff.
What I said was, parents, be very careful. What you're saying, I think, is valid as well.
Mm-hmm.
No, listen to this. A guy gets a book at Goodwill, and it was a kid's book where the kid puts all kinds of information in the book where you write all...
Right. My favorite
exactly.
hobbies.
Yeah. So this individual is saying, oh, my God. Actually, it's a woman. I said it was a guy. It's a Christina Hall, who is I guess a content creator, and I guess is saying you got to be careful what you donate to Goodwill or Salvation Army. That she saw one of these kids' books and picked up the book and had the kid's name and knew everything about this kid, because this was all written in this book, and it was donated to Goodwill. And she holds up a copy of the Wimpy Kid Do-It-Yourself book, an activity book of prompts and questions for children to fill out based on the whole Diary of a Wimpy Kid series by Jeff Kinney. That's where I got the guy from. Hall shares that while the first time she bought the book accidentally, this time she purposefully looked inside the book and purchased it to keep this child safe. Because at the Goodwill goes inside the book, and it's like all this personal information about the kid, and then the book is donated. And what if some, creep bag, bought the book? You got the kid's name, you got all this information, all the details on this kid. So just be very, very careful. I mean, stuff you don't even think about.
Yeah, I wouldn't think about that.
You think something is innocent, and then what's the story? Do you want to not go?
I can't find it now because I'm just Google searching it right now. But
Yeah.
it was basically this list of things, how to protect your children when you post online about them.
Yep.
And the number one rule, which how many parents violate this because you see kids everywhere, is never post their face. Put a smiley face over their face.
Yeah. All right.
So as soon as I read that number one on the list, I said, I'm doing it all wrong.
Yeah. 7:45. Make it 7:46. Oh, 7:47. At the MJ Morning Show. I teased this for 7:45, so I'm a couple of minutes late, but still for me, that's really, really good. This is a shocking, shocking story. And a woman obviously had her life turned upside down when her husband died, but then things got really, really worse afterward. Yeah, Marianne is a young wife, young mother. She is just 32 years old, and her husband, significantly younger, 25 years old, and passed away.
Oh, no. So did he die in an accident?
Yeah, this is
tragic.
Anyway, he took his own life.
Ugh.
All right. So his name was Liam, 25 years old, married to Marianne, who's 32. So clearly an absolute shocker that, he checks out. He's no longer with us. And if that's not a shock enough, after he passed away, Marianne then gets into his phone and then discovers his whole secret life and all the other women he had on the side and all the...
no.
Yeah, so she said, I didn't think my life could get worse after my husband died. And then his secret came out. And she had a new kid, so she was pregnant. The husband dies. She gives birth. And then after he's gone, going through his things and through his phone, and then discovers all the little secret side action, side rides, all the... Hey, we got to get into the Dave Grohl situation here in a second as well.
That's a big one.
Because that's a mess.
Well, maybe he offed himself because he was, creating a lot of stress in his life for
Yeah.
himself.
Yeah, I wonder if we should maybe ask some of our listeners, you ever
Kill
get
yourself
shocked?
because
Yeah.
you-
What?
No, I'm being sarcastic. They wouldn't be able to call us.
Yeah. Maybe we should ask some of our listeners, have you ever had like this shocking discovery? The discovery of a secret life of maybe former spouse, former boyfriend, girlfriend. What the heck? I'll grab before we get into the Dave Grohl situation. If you don't know what's going on with the Foo Fighters frontman, man, you got to hear this. Because is the wife going to stick with him? I mean, this is not just an affair. This is
deep.
This is it goes a little heavier than that. So we'll get into that in just a minute. All right, let me grab some calls here. Let me just float this. Did you, after the fact, I don't know, listen, if somebody passed away or if you broke up or this was the cause of the divorce or the breakup, if it was boyfriend, girlfriend, did you ever just shockingly discover like the secret life of your significant other, that you thought life was great, you thought you knew this person, and then suddenly you discover a whole secret life? I mean, the deepest, darkest secrets that they were keeping. 800-990-1047. Just like this story, the husband dies, she just gives birth. Young mother, young husband, he checks out and then goes through his phone and then discovers this whole other secret world. Anything similar with you? Were you ever in a situation where you were fooled that somebody was leading a total double life? a whole separate, maybe even family, girlfriend, relationships, and you were just blown away. 800-990-1047. 800-990-1047. All right, lines are ringing.
I had a friend who passed last year, and we were trying to get into her cell phone for business types of reasons afterwards, and we're never able to. And part of me was like happy that we weren't able to, because I kind of feel like with this, it's weird. Cell phones, when someone passes, it's like your diary. It's like very personal.
All right. So did you have a fear that if you got into the phone, you guys might discover stuff that you didn't want to know?
No, nothing like a secret life, but I just felt intrusive. Like that's where someone's Google history is. It's all your communication. It's very much like a diary. Our phones know us very well.
All right, let me grab Anonymous. Ooh, this could be juicy.
Yeah.
It could be juicy. Anonymous in Plant City. Hi, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Anonymous, what's up?
So I dated this guy that lived in Tampa, and he worked for a hospital, seemed like a nice guy, had a nice job. He was a recruiter for positions. So a few months into the relationship, he started, I work on the weekends now, I do this, I do that. Well, come to find out that he was working on the weekends, which was fine. He worked at a bar in South Howard, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But he had a totally different name that he went by at the bar. He drove a totally different car than he would drive, like, to his regular job. And come to find out, he was dating all these different girls the same time he was dating me, and just totally lying. It was just ridiculous.
Hold on, where did he keep the secret other car? Where was that? How did you not see the secret car?
So I missed some red flags. He was a 30-something-year-old that still lived with his mommy.
Okay.
And he was a huge mommy's boy. And so I guess it was at his mom's house. I don't know.
All right, how long were you dating this guy before you discovered his whole secret life and a different name and everything?
So about 8 months.
Oh, God.
And it was funny because he kept lying about, I stayed at my buddy's house. So then one day I'm like, driving, and I see him driving in a car, and this girl drops him off. So I looked up this girl on his Facebook page, and my friend requested her on Instagram, and there was like pictures of them for months where he had been dating this girl for months, and ended up he did the same thing with me to the girlfriend he had before me.
Oh, wow.
Like, she had no idea he was dating me. And I'm like, what is wrong with people?
All right, so how did you discover it?
So I went to his work one morning when he told me, I stayed at my buddy's. So I was driving, and I see him driving in this car.
Right, and you were already suspicious, obviously.
Oh, yeah. So I was like, I'm just going to go by and see what he's doing this morning at work. So I get there before he gets there, and I'm like passing this car, and the car turns in behind me, and this girl drops him off.
Yeah.
So I saw the girl's face, and I looked her up on his Facebook page, and he had been seeing this girl forever, but told me, oh, no, that's...
I wonder if she knew that... Do you think that she knew that you were a side dish?
No. So I think she was, because he met her after me, but he also met me after he was dating this other girl. It's a pattern.
All right, to the best of your knowledge, was it only you two, or do you think there were even more potentially that he was juggling?
No, I think there were probably more.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I hope there was a condom involved.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Always.
Okay, all right.
Some guys just they want to conquest a lot of women.
Yeah.
They want numbers.
Yes.
Anonymous,
You can eat it too.
thank you, Anonymous. Thanks for telling your story.
Thanks for sharing.
All right, hold it. Before you go, are you in a new relationship? Did you find some other guy that's not running some kind of secret life racket?
Oh, yeah. This was years ago.
Okay.
And I've been married and in a relationship for 12 years.
All right. Thank
definitely.
you. Have a great day, Anonymous. Let me grab Ron in Largo. Ron, MJ Morning Show. Hello.
Good morning. Love your show. Listen to you all the time.
Thank you.
All right. This is a relationship that was in the 90s. My first wife, I divorced her because I found out she was having gotten involved with the manager at the restaurant she worked at. But what I didn't know about until 2 years after getting our divorce is that she was having some interactions with another person before we got married and after we got married. There were 2 occasions where she was pregnant and had a miscarriage.
Oh, wow.
Come to find out that she did something to miscarry the pregnancy because my friend was a different race than me. It would have been, he was black.
Oh, it would have been obvious if she gave birth, and it would clearly not have been your kid.
Exactly.
Oh, my
And
God.
It sent me into a depression because, you know, losing a pregnancy is very heartfelt to deal with. But to find out that she purposely miscarried those pregnancies to hide the affair she was having with someone else.
Oh, Ron, that's rough,
Yeah.
Ron. I'm sorry you went through that. That is awful.
I divorce was in 97. I didn't find out until late part of 98 going into 99. I kind of basically just went off the deep end, just started just not really caring about much.
Well, Ron, I'm glad you're still with us.
Yeah.
So, Ron, did you pull yourself out of the funk?
It took me until 2002.
Wow. And Ron, you're okay today, right?
Oh, absolutely. I was single I got into a relationship in 2007. We're still together.
Yay.
We have a beautiful daughter that is beyond all expectations.
Well, Ron, that's what I wanted. I want to hear a happy ending, and that's what we just got. Ron in Largo,
Yeah.
thank you, buddy. Thanks for
Absolutely.
calling in. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Wow. All right.
Thanks for turning this up. Positive note on this sad conversation.
I'm glad it ended nicely. All right. So, hey, Andrew, I'll take Tom and I'll take Terry, and then I got to move on here because we got to get into the Dave Grohl situation. Woo! He's in trouble.
Yeah.
Lead singer of the Foo Fighters. Tom in Tampa, MJ Morning Show. You're up. Hi.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up?
So I was married one time before the wife that I have now. The wife now is great, but that's a happy ending for the story. But my first wife, she never worked, and she wanted to go on vacation. So being the loving, great husband that I was, I sent her on vacation. Well, she was supposed to come back, and she met a guy at the bus station, and she didn't tell me about it. She just said, "Don't come get me."
Yeah.
So then I found out about that affair.
She met a guy at the bus station? Did she hook up with him like that day at the bus station?
I'm guessing so.
Oh, are we talking about like the Greyhound bus station in downtown Tampa?
I was in Jacksonville.
Okay, Joe, whatever. Same type of thing, I would imagine.
Yeah, and the guy was a drifter from Cleveland, but it gets even worse
A
than that.
drifter from Cleveland.
She had an affair with another guy before and had called him to come pick them up at the bus station.
Oh, my God. The other guy with so she was having an affair with some other guy behind your back, calls him to go pick her up, and the drifter from Cleveland at the bus station?
Yes, sir.
What
But it gets even worse. Like, over the years, I've found out more and more. There was always like a guy at the house, and I would, trust my wife. And come to find out, she slept with like every one of them.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. All right, Tom. Thanks
I'm
for the
sorry.
call. I don't think there's a happy ending on this one. All right.
Well,
let me
now he's doing well.
Oh, yeah, he's doing fine now. All right, last call. Terry in Port Richey. And if you're just tuning in, had a story about a young woman, 32-year-old woman, and her husband, younger at 25, passed away. She had just given birth. They were having a baby. And then when he passed away, she goes through his phone and then discovers his whole secret life and all the other women. And what a mess.
Yeah.
Terry, final call on this. Go ahead.
Hey, Jay. So this was back in the 80s. I grew up in Florida, and my long-term boyfriend, he grew up in Illinois. Well, while I'm down here, he's writing me love notes, telling me he loves me and he wants to marry me and blah, 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 blah. Well, I go up there on vacation one year and find out from my aunt that he was dating about 10 other girls in town.
Wow.
Oh, no.
My
How are
aunt
these guys
got-
so busy?
Busy boy.
Yeah, Yeah, so she got a hold of like 5 of these girls through her daughter, my cousin, and had us all sitting on the couch, and I was at the end. And he walked in the door, and he was like, "Oh, blank, oh, blank, oh, blank."
Oh, my God, like an intervention,
Oh,
you know?
double blank, yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh, double blank," and he walked out the door. My mom chased him down, but anyway, so nobody knew about anyone else until that day, especially me, because I'm.
And you had 5 girls assembled in one place sitting on the couch, and he walks in, man.
Yeah, he was like 17 at the time. We're in our 50s now. But,
Oh, wow. That's
but I do have a good ending to the story. Because we of course broke up, but we were apart. We both got married to other people, got divorced, and now we are actually married.
Oh,
Been
all
together
right.
for about 15 years.
All right, Terry, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. All right, good segue into Dave Grohl. Heads up for the Lukens Jason Momoa VIP package. We'll give away the next one in a bit. If you would like to be up close and meet Jason Momoa at Lukens this Saturday morning. He'll be there from 10:30 till 12:30, bottle signing his vodka, his Meili vodka, along with his partner, Blaine. And they're going to be right in South Tampa. Lukens Wine and Spirits, right on Dale Mabry, just south of 275, just north of Kennedy. Roxanne, you're going to go, right, with Meredith?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Meredith on Saturday. We're going to have a great time. I'm excited. And I was even looking because yesterday when we talked to Jason and Blaine, they were in Boston getting ready for their appearances there. So I was looking online on his IG and looks like they were tearing it up.
Yeah,
there.
but I don't know. That would have been a Tuesday morning bottle signing. I'll tell you what, Saturday morning is much better at Lukens here in Tampa.
Yeah, that'll be much better.
And if you'd like to go, I've got a VIP package for you. You can call in and win. I'll tell you when soon. It's you and 2 guests, and then you get a 6-pack of his vodka with signed bottles. I mean, you get to meet Jason Momoa. All right, heads up, folks. We'll give that away in just a bit. Man, this Dave Grohl deal. Dave Grohl, the lead singer of the Foo Fighters, not only cheated on his wife, he announced yesterday that his fling, his girlfriend, his mistress, just gave birth to his baby. Oh, my God. Holy. So Dave Grohl, man, this is brutal. Instagram post yesterday. The Foo Fighters lead singer, by the way, he's 55 years old.
Just Googling his age.
Yeah, he's 55, so boys are still swimming, apparently.
Yeah, that's how it works.
He welcomed a baby girl outside of his marriage to Jordan Blum. That's his wife since like the early 2000s. This is his post on Instagram. Again, Dave Grohl, Foo Fighters. Quote, "I've recently become the father of a new baby daughter born outside of my marriage. I plan to be a loving and supportive parent to her. I love my wife and my children, and I'm doing everything I can to regain their trust and earn their forgiveness." So clearly he came. Did he find out that there was about to be some leak or, like TMZ or like a gossip rag? Was the story about to break? Maybe the woman about to come out and say, "Hey, Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters knocked me up, and I just gave birth to a baby girl."
Yeah, I mean, from a PR standpoint, it looks better for him to be in front of it and being the one making the announcement, but it's just awkward all around. And like he has 3 daughters, an 18-year-old, 15-year-old, and 10-year-old with his wife, Jordan.
Oh, man.
And the 18-year-old deactivated her IG after the announcement.
I saw that his teenage daughters seemingly deactivated their Instagram accounts after his announcement. And then he wrapped up the statement with, "We're great." So he asks for regaining trust and earn forgiveness. And not just his wife, but his kids. They now have a stepsister. So surprise!
A very baby stepsister, a much younger stepsister.
Surprise!
Yeah.
So he ended up with, "We're grateful for your consideration toward all the children involved as we move forward together." So what is he saying? Please leave the kids alone? Is that what he's saying?
Yep.
Wow. So Grohl and Blum, she's 48. So he's 55. She's 48. I wonder how old this fling mother was. I wonder how old the woman is that he knocked up. I wonder
don't
if she was
know.
like a 20-something-year-old groupie or something.
I
Anyway,
didn't see that anywhere.
Yeah,
I do love Foo Fighters songs. I love Everlong.
Yeah. Hey, you know what kind of fits?
What?
This kind of fits.
I've got another confession to make.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knocked up another woman and I had a baby. Surprise! Hey, honey, I got a baby girl. I got another confession to make. I wonder if like more stories going to come out of the woodwork.
I've got another confession to make.
Yeah, there's another baby in Buffalo. Yeah, anything else, Dave?
I've got another confession to make.
Yeah, I got a son in Seattle. Anything else, Dave?
I've got another confession to make.
Yes, I got a little kid in Guadalajara, Mexico as well. Yeah,
I've got another confession to make.
that's enough. I'm getting worn out here, Dave. I'm worn out. So he's 55. His wife, who, listen.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah, she's 48.
I mean, that just goes to show you. I'm sure everything was fine at home, and he just chose to run around.
Well, they got married August 2nd of 2003. So they just had their, 21st wedding anniversary, right?
Yeah.
22nd. But
it depends when it depends when it was.
21st.
Yeah.
We'll go 21st.
We'll go 21st.
Unbelievable. Hang on. Let me call Michelle here quick. I want to know.
Yeah, call Michelle.
I want to know what Michelle would do if I said, honey, I hang on a bit. Let me ask her.
I'm sure.
Oh, by the way, I didn't sleep with Michelle last night.
You slept in a different room?
No. Well, I fell asleep on the couch, and I woke up at 4:00 this morning on the couch downstairs. So, yeah, I did not sleep in the same bed with Michelle. Yeah, she didn't throw me out. And she didn't wake me up. Well, maybe that's a sign. Hang on a minute.
Just play, I've got another confession. Just play confession as soon as she answers.
Let me call Michelle and ask her what happens if I said, hey, honey, I just had a baby with another woman.
I love you and our children.
Yeah.
Doing everything I can to regain your trust.
Hello.
Hey, Michelle.
Yes.
Hey, I'm sorry I didn't come to bed last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see
That's a problem.
Mom. It's not a problem. Why did you wake me up?
Well, we try to wake you up, like when we're still awake, and you just tell us, have an alarm, 30 more minutes, 5 more minutes.
Yeah, I have no recollection of that. Anyway, I slept on the couch like I was in the doghouse. I slept on the couch downstairs last night. I was all snuggled up with another female. It was Scout, our Jack Russell.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Anyway, are you listening?
No, I just walked up the stairs, so I missed like the last, 60 seconds.
Anyway, so you heard us talk about Dave Grohl.
Yeah, yes.
All right, listen. What would you do if I said, Michelle, I've got to break some news to you. I was having...
I'll cut your dick off.
What?
And then divorce you.
What? What?
You
So
already know this.
Now you know.
Like,
What
there's no question about it.
What?
Yeah.
You and Lorena Bob at me?
Totally.
Oh, my God.
Although I think we've learned from her experience that you really want to make it not reattachable.
Well, wait a second. Wait, you're premeditating a non-reattachment? What, using like a serrated bread knife?
Yeah, something like that. Like the one someone gave us for our wedding. That'd be perfect. Totally fitting, right?
Oh, my God. Well,
you know how I feel about that stuff. That's not for me.
All right. Oh, my.
Good answer. Good answer.
Can you imagine? I mean, how did that conversation go? Hey, honey, Dave Grohl to his wife. Honey, I had sex with another woman, and she just gave birth. I mean, this guy couldn't even use a condom, hello.
Roxanne, honestly, I think the conversation went the other way. I think somebody probably informed the wife, and the wife probably said, "What the F are you doing?"
Yeah. Exactly.
Like that is what happened.
You know what's funny is Doug and I were talking the other day, some story about a guy going and killing the wife who was cheating and the person she was having the affair with. He's like, I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often. And that seems like something that would happen all the time. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, good, we're on the same page about this.
You have to ask the question, did the other woman tell him that she was on birth control? And
Oh,
did
I'm
she
sure.
did she
Yeah.
intentionally
Yeah.
did she intentionally get knocked up? I mean, how long was the fling going on? Was this just a groupie at one show? Was this like an ongoing deal? I mean, there are a lot of questions that we might not find out about, but that's an uncomfortable situation.
It really
You know,
is.
to have with your wife. Hey, I'm a father of a new baby girl. Just you're not the mother. And hey, kids, because he's got these other kids. He's got Violet May, Harper Willow, and Ophelia Saint.
Pretty names.
Yeah, born in 2006, 2009, and 2014. So the youngest one is 10, and one is 15, and one is like 17 or 18?
Yeah, 18.
Right?
Violet's 18.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all fun and games having a rock star for a dad until he pulls crap like this.
Right?
Do they buy gifts for the new stepsister?
Right?
Do you
Have
think
a little baby shower?
Yeah, exactly.
An after-birth baby shower?
What's going on here? All right, Michelle, hang on. I'm holding got my hands. I'm holding my stuff right now. I don't want you getting close right now.
What was that? Was that sleeping on the couch like a foreshadowing of something you have to confess?
No, I just
Are you
fell.
sure?
I fell I fell asleep on the couch downstairs. I woke up. I woke up at 4:05 this morning. On the couch, I'm like, all right. Well, I thought it was like 11:30 p.m. and I was going to go upstairs and climb into bed because you were still watching, your Beverly Hills 90210, which you're binging now.
Yep.
All right.
But I know, I rely on you to come up and like turn it off if I fall asleep. And so then if I wake up like at 3 or 4 in the morning and it's still on because, the lights are flashing or something, then I've not had good sleep. So
Hey, Michelle.
it's a whole big mess up. What?
I've got another confession to make.
Yeah. If you even start something like that, like if you even start a sentence like that,
right?
You know my hand is reaching for the knife. I mean, you better make sure that I'm somehow restrained if you even start. I've got a confession. Like that.
And folks, you've just heard it. It's not going to be a clean cut.
Nope.
No, I think all of his confessions really just are around pizza. I've got a confession. I just ate 8 pizzas in Brooklyn.
It's gonna be.
That's all you have to worry
Guess
about.
what? It's gonna be rusty, dull garden shears.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Hey, we keep saying stepsister. It's half sister or half new baby.
Is that what half? Whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
It'll be step if they get divorced and then he has to marry this girl, right?
Yeah. I guess. I guess
that would. Yeah.
We'll see.
They'd still
Hey,
have to.
do you think that it's going to survive?
The baby?
No. The relationship between Dave Grohl and his wife.
I mean, look, he's a known philanderer. I mean, his first marriage broke up because he was a cheater. He had a girlfriend before who wrote a book and said it was difficult because he cheated. New wife, I mean, I shouldn't say new. They've been married for a while, but, she kind of knew what she was getting into, right?
Yeah.
So maybe she could do a clean cut instead of a serrated one. She kind of it was half expected. She
right.
could have half expected it at least.
I
mean,
I love you. I will sleep in the bed with you. And plus, we've got our surprise. Well, it's not, where we're going, but I kind of.
Do I?
Yeah, you know where we're going.
Do I really, though?
Oh, by the way, we're going to be separated on one of our flights. Man, we got some lousy seats. Yeah,
Did you do that by design?
No, I did not.
I'll
But
be looking to see who you're sitting next to.
but on one of on one of our return flights, you and I are in middle seats, like separated by rows.
Why don't you guys go to the counter before as you're checking in and
You know what?
and
This-
just beg to be together?
Hold on a
First of
minute.
all, for everyone listening, he is obsessed with the flight seats, like that whenever we're flying anywhere, and you cannot stand to sit separated from me. It's so funny, and I'm just like, it's just 2 hours, just like whatever.
Yeah, you can read.
Right. Thank you.
Hang on.
Peace,
Let me.
quiet, solitude. I'm like in a cocoon.
All right, let me call Fester. Let me get Fester's
Bye.
tips. Hang on. Let me.
No, bye.
No, stay on the phone.
No, bye.
No, stay on the phone.
Bye.
No, stay on the phone.
Feel free to leave a message.
I would do whatever she tells you to do, whatever,
Hang
MJ,
on,
based on
I
the
gotta call him.
earlier
Bye.
comments, right?
Hang on, let me get Fester on the phone because Fester just pulled his American Air. We're flying American, by the way.
If we're 2 rows apart, he comes back to check on me and make sure I haven't left the plane. Like, where am I going to go?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Fester.
What's up?
All right, so I got Michelle on conference call. So you flew American yesterday, and tell everyone your upgraded seat scam that you pulled.
hate the word scam. But you call the airline. You call any airline.
Yep.
And you call them like, a week or two before your flight, so there's still available seats. And you say, hey, I just broke my leg. I'm in a cast. And it's not that I'm looking for priority boarding. I'm just looking to not be in row 38. And the guy's like, I was like, do you have anything in the aisle closer to the front? Oh man, I'm in a big cast. Then you have to come up with what leg it's on, and they try to tell you, oh, I can put you on the left side if it's your right leg. And
all right, so wait a minute. Now, clearly, you're calling the American Airlines call center, whether it's overseas or wherever, and are they making notes? So you're speaking to somebody that's not going to see you, but when you get to the airport, once they've changed your seat, are there notes in your file that?
Oh, you don't care. Come on, man. How many flights have you been on? They just want you to your ticket and get on the plane. They don't care.
So they move you, and then at the airport at Tampa International, they're none the wiser. They have no clue that you called up a week earlier and wambookied them.
So to American Airlines' credit, the gentleman who helped me out was in Fort Lauderdale. So
oh, wow.
He was,
okay, so it was a U.S. base. Yeah, I hate getting the overseas call centers, man. Hey, Michelle, are you gonna? If I call American this morning, and we're only a couple, there are still seats available on one of the return flights. We got to go through Charlotte, so I got to connect. Because remember, Breeze. Oh no, that's my flight for my reunion in October. Breeze screwed up my flight. I had to change to American outbound in October, because they canceled my Friday flight and made it Saturday morning. That doesn't work. I got 40th high school reunion events on Friday night. So anyway, Michelle, would you have a problem, Michelle, if I called American and I said, hey, my wife and I are separated. I'm in, seriously, I think you're in 27E, which is a freaking middle seat. And I'm in 19E. So we're separated by 10 rows or something. Hey, Michelle?
I might enjoy peace and quiet.
No, what if I call American later and I say that my wife's spleen just fell out?
Oh my gosh! And
can we get together? I'm going to try that. I'm going to go with spleen.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
I'm going to say your spleen fell out. You were on a roller coaster at Busch Gardens, and your spleen came out in one of the loop-de-loops.
Great.
And we're traveling to see a spleen specialist for a reattachment.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And
all
then
right.
I'll see if they
That
can.
sounds real believable.
Can't you live without your spleen?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's not a primary organ. That's a terrible idea.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll come up with a different organ. All right. All right. Fessa, how's things on the Hershey Highway up there?
You know what? Smooth.
Running smooth. Good to hear.
When does the RV show start?
What time is it now?
It is 8:19.
All right. So in 11 minutes, we have some terrible meetings of all the sales guys. And then the RV show opens at 9 a.m.
All right. Good luck, man. I hope you sell a bunch of RVs.
You and I both.
All right, Michelle. I'm going to call him. I'm going to try the American seating scam, and you're going to have some kind of ailment.
Don't lie on my part.
You
Don't
know
lie
what?
on my behalf.
MJ, say that Michelle's your caretaker.
Right, we'll put you in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
No,
Or
you
your
don't
comfort
even
animal,
need a wheelchair, because
you're hers.
you pull the scam and then they just move your seats and the people at the gate have no idea.
Can you fake a voice like you're talking on one of those? Hello, my name is Todd.
Hello, my name is MJ.
Or you could wear your sunglasses and pretend you're blind.
If you call like that and say that Michelle's my caretaker, can you move us closer? I mean, that would work.
Oh my gosh, stop it. You guys are terrible.
You really can't just.
Yeah, we got
bad karma.
Michelle. We got some crappy seats coming back from our trip.
I don't complain about stuff like that.
I'm not telling anybody. I'm gonna make everyone watch my Instagram at Certified MJ Radio. So if you want to know the mystery birthday weekend trip that I'm taking Michelle on this weekend, follow my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio. All right, Michelle Fester, have a lovely day.
Bye.
Hey, Rock.
Bye, Fester. Have fun. You know, MJ. See you later, honey. You know,
Yeah.
you know that you can just walk up to the counter. We do this all the time because Doug. Sometimes we're not sitting next to each other. You can walk up to the counter before you get on the plane.
It depends
and
on the
tell
agent
them-
because on this American flight, actually, I kind of have lousy seats on both flights coming
Yeah.
back to Tampa. So from the location that we're taking her for the mystery weekend,
Right.
from there to Charlotte, we got lousy seats, and then the Charlotte to Tampa lousy
boy.
seats. You know, it depends. If you get a nice gate agent,
Yeah.
they have got the authority to make the
They
change.
do. They
but,
do.
Or other times, if they're all like the for purchase seats for upgrade, because right now when I look at the American Airlines seat map,
Yeah.
all of the seats that are better all have the dollar signs. You got to pay for those.
Right.
And sometimes you get a nice gate agent, they'll just make the change for
course
you.
they
Other
will.
times they're trying to collect the revenue for the company.
Well, I think what you do is you just go that route because it's a lot easier to do that than it is to maintain a medical ruse,
All right,
medical ailments.
Who would like to see Jason Momoa this Saturday? Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jason Momoa, and you're listening to the MJ Morning Show.
Let's go. You have a shot to meet Jason Momoa this weekend. It's Saturday morning at Lucan's Fine Wine and Spirits. This is the Lucan's Midtown location. It's the gorgeous new store that they put in right near Donatello. It's south of Midtown, so south of 275, just north of Kennedy. And it's in that old Rooms to Go kids space. And they did a nice job in there. You will win not only VIP tickets. I was informed yesterday that you're going to have VIP tickets. That the MJ Morning Show winners, and I'm giving away 3. We gave away 1 with Jason on the phone yesterday. We're giving away 1 right now, and we'll give away 1 tomorrow. So 3 total. But you will actually get in before the VIP line. So MJ Morning Show winners are VIPs. You will get admittance for you and 2 others. So you can bring 3 people. You get to meet Jason Momoa at Lucan's on Saturday morning. This is a 10:30 to 12:30 event. Anyone can show up and get in the normal line, or you can purchase the VIP package from Lucan's from the website. What did I say? It's you and 2 others. So a total of 3. So it's for you and 2 others, and then you also get a 6-pack of their vodka, of the Mei Lee vodka, with 3 of the bottles autographed by Jason Momoa. All right, let's go. Let's go with caller number, let's go with 75. Caller 75, you're going to win the VIP package. Now, if you're calling up, make sure that you got to be 21 and over, and make sure that you can go. Yeah, don't snag the prize if you can't go. So you got to be able to be there early on Saturday morning to meet Jason Momoa, because you're going to meet him in the first batch of people. All right, caller 75, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. If you would like to meet Jason Momoa and his partner, get the vodka, and have a... Where else are you going to meet, a star like Jason Momoa, 10:30 on a Saturday morning?
He's a big star, literally physically big and just big metaphorically.
Hey, and it's going to get bigger for him because the Minecraft movie's coming out. Yeah, I mean, his career's on a pretty solid trajectory.
Yeah.
If you missed the rattlesnake, if you missed the video on my Instagram of the rattlesnake in my neighborhood, this happened last Friday night in Palm Harbor, and our phones blow up. It's the group text on our block, and it's like, warning, and there's a picture. Our neighbor had a 6 to 7 foot rattlesnake in their driveway. I mean, total full-on eastern diamondback rattlesnake. I mean, poisonous, or I should say venomous. And if it bites you, if you're not treated, it'll kill you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you have to be rushed to the hospital and get the anti-venom. And I had read, do you know how much that treatment is?
You told me.
For $100,000 for the anti-venom to get treated if you're bitten. So you ready for the latest rumor here? Or I shouldn't say rumor, latest theory. So people are wondering, we've never seen rattlesnakes in our neighborhood. Now, granted, South Tampa near the Gandy Bridge, that area has been known as Rattlesnake Point for years. And, there are rattlesnakes. But a 6 to 7 footer in our neighborhood, on my neighbor's driveway, no one has ever. Black racer snakes all over the place. Those are harmless. But a rattlesnake with a full-on rattle. I mean, here's the theory. This is what's circulating. It is now being suggested that it was either intentionally released in our neighborhood.
Someone's pet?
Or, well,
What?
hang on. That's the second.
Doesn't
So
make sense.
did somebody intentionally release the rattlesnake? Or was it somebody's pet? Who the hell would have a pet as a rattlesnake?
Right.
So I'm having a conversation with my pool guy, who's fantastic, Steve the pool guy. And Steve said he's got a friend that has a black mamba as a pet. That's one of the most deadly snakes on the planet. And you've got a black, what are you, nuts? What are you free? So that's what folks are now suggesting in my neighborhood, that either it was a pet that got out or somebody intentionally released the rattlesnake. If anybody knows anyone in South Tampa that is missing a rattlesnake, send me an email, mj@mjmorningshow.com. Or if you haven't seen the video yet, folks, you can go to my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio, and you can see the video from Friday of this rattlesnake. If you haven't seen it yet, it's on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio.
I've got a story for you about anti-venom, or as you like to say, anti-venin, that's relevant to today. Do we have time for me to share it real quick before we go to our winner?
Well, no, let me grab the winner first.
Okay.
All right, I don't want to keep him hanging. Hi, good morning, MJ Morning Show. Who's this?
Beverly.
Who is this?
Bev.
Bev, where are you calling from?
I'm on 41 near Port Amenity on my way to Sarasota.
Oh, wow. You have an accent, Beverly.
Yes.
Is that Australian or South African?
Australia.
It's Australia. Well, there you go. Congrats. Beverly, you're caller 75. You win.
Really?
Beverly, are you a fan of Jason Momoa?
Who's not a fan of Jason Momoa?
There you go. That's the correct answer. Who's not a fan? Beverly, can you go meet Jason Momoa in South Tampa on Saturday morning?
I certainly can.
Well-
I'll take my daughter with me.
Oh, crikey. You're going. This is better than shrimp on the barbie. Hey, by any chance, did a dingo eat your baby?
I wish they had.
That's the daughter that she's bringing. Beverly, congratulations. You're going to Lucan's. You're going to get the VIP treatment. So you can bring your daughter and somebody else. It's you and two guests, and you're going to meet Jason Momoa in person Saturday morning at Lucan's, and you're going to get 6 bottles of his Meili vodka and 3 of them signed.
Wow.
Beverly, enjoy your brekkie today. That's an Aussie face, MJ, by the way.
Yeah.
Brekkie.
I am. I'm having my coffee in the car. That's brekkie.
Yeah. Or what's the other crap that tastes like underwear?
Vegemite.
Yeah, Vegemite.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he gave me a Vegemite sandwich. All right.
Yes, well, if you come from down under.
Yeah. Hey, so what part of Australia are you from?
I went to uni in Brisbane, but I'm from up near Bundaberg. Ever heard of Bundaberg rum?
Is that near Porpoise Spit?
Pardon?
Is that near Porpoise Spit?
Porpoise Spit? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's because it's the fake place in Muriel's Wedding.
Oh.
Yeah, did you ever see the movie Muriel's Wedding?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Porpoise Spit. That was the fake place where they lived in Australia.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Beverly, congratulations. I'm going to put you on hold. Andrew's going to get all the information, and you're going to meet Jason Momoa. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. Thank you. Just love listening to you guys on the way to work every morning.
Awesome.
Aw, thank you.
Hang on, Beverly. Andrew's going to pick up now. She's on line 4. Look at that. Fantastic. So we still have one more to give away. We'll do that tomorrow morning. So listen to the MJ Morning Show tomorrow morning, and we'll give away the 3rd VIP package to meet Jason Momoa at Lucan's, South Tampa, Midtown location, Saturday morning. And listen, you can show up and get in line. or you can go to the Lukens website, and I think they have a few of the VIP line treatments still available on their website.
Yeah.
And you were going to say?
Yeah, so you were talking about rattlesnakes earlier, just a moment ago,
Yeah.
and the anti-venom. And today is 9/11. We talked about it. We did our remembrance to start the show today. But this is an interesting thing, tying the two subjects together. Did you know, MJ, that the only non-military plane allowed to fly on 9/11 after the attacks was a plane flying from San Diego to Miami to deliver anti-venom to a man who was bitten by a poisonous snake. And it was escorted by 2 fighter jets.
Wow, really?
Yes.
What kind of snake was he bitten by?
I don't have those details.
They had to
but-
fly anti-venom from San Diego to Miami?
Yes, with the planes, the fighter jets right next to the plane.
Oh, wow. I wonder what kind of snake it was that they didn't have it in Miami. Because we were told that some of the local hospitals, they do stock the anti-venom in case.
Right.
I don't know what snakes they have in stock. Like if I call TGH, hello TGH, what anti-venom do you have for what snakes?
Well, don't we have most of the different types of poisonous snakes in Florida? We've got a bunch of them.
I don't think we have black mambas, unless it's somebody's pet, which that's pure insanity. 8:31 at the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. 104.7 FM. Again, do us a favor, spread the word that the MJ Morning Show is back. Tampa Bay's best morning show radio entertainment is on the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. And right now, you haven't heard any commercials or music in a long time. That's because an hour and 8 minutes ago, we started an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. We still have a big chunk to go. You know, the actual real anniversary is coming up at 8:46 of 9/11. The first plane ran into the first tower.
Yeah.
8:46 coming up in just a bit. Never forget that morning. We were MJ Morning Show live on the air.
Yeah.
In our old station off of Gandy right in South Tampa. I will never forget. And Chloe was just born.
Mm-hmm.
Chloe was 2 weeks old when 9/11 happened, and Chloe is 23.
Yeah.
Just turned 23, and it's 23 years since 9/11.
And you were mentioning earlier just how that changed. I mean, that would have been a very just impactful experience having 9/11 happen and being brand new parents. You and Michelle being brand new parents. It, changed the way we looked at the world, and scary times for sure.
Yeah. I got a couple of wedding stories. I got the wedding pile this morning. Man, I want to know, did they go through with the wedding or was the wedding postponed? The officiator shot his grandson in the shoulder accidentally during the wedding.
Wait.
Yes.
The guy who's going to marry them
No, yes.
shoots his own grandson, but he was just a guest.
Yes.
Well, no, I mean, not that
Well,
that makes it any.
He's a relative.
A relative, yeah.
Who was also a city official and was the officiator. And then shoots his grandson. I mean, where do you think this happened?
I'm going to guess.
What state do you think this happened in?
I want it to be Louisiana so we could call Fester again and have Cajun Fester comment on
Nope.
it. No?
Hey, you're not far off, though.
Alabama?
Nope.
Tennessee?
Nope.
How was I not far off in Louisiana?
It's Nebraska.
Yeah. I'm far off.
Yeah, this
Way far off.
Well, just a little north of Louisiana. All right, so man, this is ridiculous, and it's also funny. It's Texas County in Nebraska. Texas County, Nebraska. A county commissioner is getting 1 year probation for accidentally shooting his grandson during a wedding in Nebraska that he was the officiator of. Michael Gardner, 63. Who is actually from Texas. He was in Nebraska. He was sentenced on Monday, a couple of days ago, for misdemeanor child abuse for the shooting that happened last year. It was September of 2023, and he shot his then 12-year-old grandson in the shoulder with a revolver. And you're saying, how the hell was his grandkid shot in the shoulder accidentally during a wedding that he was officiating?
How?
Well, because, into the wedding ceremony.
Right.
And
I know that that's what I want at my wedding is a bunch of people with guns. Yeah.
So he said, it's something I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life. By the way, he was recently reelected as a county commissioner in Ector County, Texas. So you can shoot your grandson at a wedding and still get reelected as county. That's probably a badge of honor. I don't. So here's what happened. Michael Gardner, pulled out a revolver. He was intending to fire a blank round into the air to signal the start of the outdoor ceremony. In the small town of Denton, Nebraska, in Texas County. This is southeastern Nebraska. As he was cocking the gun's hammer, it fired, and it hit the boy who was 12 at the time. He's 13 now. Luckily, he made it to 13. It strikes the kid in the shoulder. The wound measured about 8 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, deep into the boy's muscle. It caused significant tissue and muscle loss, according to the Lincoln Journal-Star newspaper. Gardner had been officiating the wedding of his nephew at an outdoor venue 10 miles southwest of the capital of Lincoln, Nebraska. Gardner said he made the blank round himself using an empty shell. My God, sounds like he ought to be the armorer on an Alec Baldwin movie in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Holy F.
You know what this is, MJ? You know what this is?
What?
A shotgun wedding.
Yeah. Jeez, man. So he made the round himself using an empty shell, some black gunpowder, and hot glue. What the? Gardner initially was charged with a felony count of second-degree assault, but he pleaded no contest to a reduced misdemeanor charge back in July. I wonder, it doesn't say whether the wedding was postponed or whether the wedding went on.
No.
I mean,
What happens after
did
that?
he quickly marry them before law enforcement, came and took them away?
I mean, they paid the bride and groom or the parents or whomever has paid for everything. They probably want the show to go on.
Deputy county attorney said he was horrified to see that somebody would bring a gun in front of a crowd like that. I get convenience store or anything like this, but what he did was reckless behavior. Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Dude, that kid was just inches away from being killed. You imagine a 12-year-old kid being killed at the wedding? Because I got rootin', tootin', shootin' county commissioner Michael Gardner, who's just been reelected down in his county of Texas as a county commissioner.
County of Texas, Nebraska.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher.
I told you I had a pile of wedding stories, man. This is just a lot of stuff that caught my attention and I find interesting. This woman says that my mom was late for my wedding, so I walked down the aisle without her even being there. Was that the wrong thing to do, or should I have waited for my mom to show up? First of all, what is wrong with your mother that she can't get to your freaking wedding on time? Isn't a mother, to be with the bride?
Yeah, to help her.
Aren't they there hours and hours and hours ahead of time?
Yeah, does it tell us? Where was mom? Was she stuck in a traffic jam?
Oh, she was in a coma. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking. No, mom was running late. Walked down the aisle. So she did one of these Reddit posts, am I the bleep hole? And she said she walked down the aisle on her wedding day without her mom. Mom was late. Stated that the day of the wedding started out normally. Then things took a turn. After I was almost ready by noon, my mom had to run back to the hotel 20 minutes away to change and come back with my grandma and family friend. Well, guess what? The ceremony was set for 2 p.m., but mom hadn't returned to the venue as time went on. It doesn't say how. I guess what? They waited 45 minutes? Next thing I know, she's walking down the aisle. She just started the damn thing. Yeah, well, here's the problem. The officiant.
Right. Had to go somewhere else?
Yeah, had another wedding.
Well,
it was a busy wedding Saturday. What do you do?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like she's the one. Mom's got to be there.
So what do you do in that case?
Yeah, if the again, the show must go on. She's got to go, or he's got to leave, and then she's not going to get married.
Well, got married, and mom was then furious. Started the wedding without her. Listen, if the officiant's got to go, he's got to go.
Something tells me this mother-daughter duo has had fights like this in the past.
And two other things here quickly. I saw a story. Again, this is another one of these Reddit posts. This is some kind of bridal or wedding deal on Reddit. And this bride was shocked and upset. 70% of the guests did not give a gift.
Aw.
That seems high.
Yeah, it really does.
70%.
Okay, wait a second. When was this story written?
In this post on Reddit, the bride explained that she recently got married, so it's recent, but was shocked that many of her loved ones opted to skip the custom of gift giving or even a card.
Well, wait a second. If she just got married, you have a year to give a gift.
Yeah. Well,
So-
that's like the Miss Manners.
That's the etiquette rule.
Emily Post.
Yes. If you go to someone's wedding, you still have a year to give the gift. So
up
maybe
to
she'll
a
get a
year.
whole.
Yeah.
Maybe she just invited a lot of very deadline-oriented people to her wedding.
He said probably 70% of the guests did not give a gift or a card. I'm not expecting to be showered in gifts or money or anything, but shocked that people we are close to couldn't even take the time of day to get us a 50-cent card. Well, listen, I don't know where you're buying a 50-cent card. You go to the supermarket or a drugstore. I mean, those damn cards are $8 these days.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a big fan of Dollar Tree cards. Fester turned me on to Dollar
Are
Tree.
those
and I can find some-
$1.25?
Yeah, best place you can buy greeting cards.
You go to
can imagine.
you buy greeting cards at Dollar Tree
I
now?
told you he turned me on to it, and I'm not mad at Dollar Tree at all. It's great when the kids want to go do some
Why
shopping.
would you be mad at Dollar Tree?
It's an expression. Like
Oh.
I'm not mad at it. Yeah.
I never heard of that.
Fester says it. It's Fester's expression.
Oh.
I just stole.
All right.
I stole his idea to go to Dollar Tree, and I
Well,
just stole his expression.
I'll pay attention. So she's ticked off. And then speaking of money, there are some folks I've been giving gifts to.
That you haven't given gifts
Yeah.
to. I just well, all of a sudden a year went by. What you
Yeah.
did, you probably said, "Yeah, I'll get it for him a couple months from now," and then you just forget.
Maybe one or two I never gave it. I didn't give a gift, then I was going to give the gift, then I kind of forgot.
Wasn't there a relative of yours you didn't give a gift to, and then you didn't get invited to another relative's wedding, or am I putting two stories
Nah,
together?
I don't recall that.
Well,
And then the other wedding story, and we've sort of talked about this along the way, that some Generation Z and millennials are saying, no, I do not want to be your bridesmaid.
Oh, I did see. I read
Yeah.
that story too.
There's a backlash because of all the costs involved.
Right, because of the money. Yes.
And listen, the economy's tough right now. The economy, it's not doing well. I know tons of folks in business and in multiple different fields and industries, and I'm all hearing the same thing, that the economy is having some big issues, big problems right now. And here you got the pressures on Generation Z and the millennials, and they're saying to their friends, no, I can't afford to be your bridesmaid. Because, you got to buy this, buy that. And the other big burden are these destination weddings. We've got good friends of ours, and their daughter in the last year was invited to a couple of destination weddings. One was in Italy, and it was going to cost her like $15,000. The airfare, the hotel, the multiple days.
Gifts,
and then
dresses.
a gift. I mean, that's a burden to have a destination wedding and expect your guests to plunk down, all this money. That's, insanity.
Some of the hidden costs of being in a wedding, of being a bridesmaid that you, MJ, might not think about, but you do want to get your nails done. You want to get your hair done. Sometimes they have someone there who will do your hair, but sometimes you're responsible for that yourself. You have to look good for the bride. I mean, there are just a lot of things you have to do to be prepared in that role. And then all the travel, like you said, and the pre-parties, the bridal shower, the bachelorette party.
It is happening more and more that they're saying, hey, listen, I can't afford this.
Mm-hmm.
And, what happens is you have brides-to-be that are just putting relatives and friends in uncomfortable positions.
I mean, it's not something that you can just shell out easy money for. $15,000, that's what it was going to cost?
Yeah. So the Italy wedding, the friend having a destination wedding, and it was on the Amalfi Coast.
Well, it would have been a lovely trip.
It was, I think, it was either like Positano or Ravenna.
Ravello.
Thank you, Ravello.
Yeah, I've been to both of those.
Yeah. I've been to Ravello as well.
Yeah.
In fact, last time we were in Ravello, there's this really cool church right on the square in Ravello, and there was a wedding actually going on at the time we were there, and they were coming out of the church. But man, that's just a serious burden.
Yeah.
Which you shouldn't have to
budget for.
Exactly. By the way, it is 8:45, rolling up on 8:46, and we are at the time now of when the first plane hit the first tower 23 years ago today. It is now 8:46 a.m. 23 years later when the first tower was struck by one of those Boeing 767s. Let's. I'm going to bring up. I got the Today Show on in here.
Remembrances, world leaders there, and we will pause now as this moment of silence is observed and the nation remembers.
So, NBC Today Show, and moment of silence right now. And there's the first bell toll. Former President Trump is there. President Biden is there. Vice President Kamala Harris is there. I see Michael Bloomberg, former mayor of New York. And then, as tradition has it, they will start reading the names of the nearly 3,000 victims on this solemn day.
Years ago today, a bright blue Tuesday morning when everything changed in 2,977 people lost their lives, and later this morning at that memorial site, those names will be read.
Unbelievable. So they'll commence with the names a little later. 2,977 souls lost. I'll never forget that day. We were live on the air.
Yeah.
At this time, 23 years ago, my daughter Chloe was just born a couple of weeks earlier. And Martin Giles, who was our news anchor on the MJ Morning Show for years, Martin Giles was phenomenal. One of the most talented, the best news guy ever. He rushes down the hall from the newsroom and said, "Quick, turn on CNN. A plane has just hit the tower." And that's how we were alerted. It was about 8:48, 8:49. It was just moments after. And CNN had a skyline camera that they were able to aim from around Midtown down to Lower Manhattan, where the first plane struck. And you saw the smoke billowing out. And then with all the live shots, just minutes later, a little after 9, was it 9:02, 9:03? That's when the second plane stormed into the second tower. And at that point, I remember my words distinctly. I said, "We are under attack. This country is under a terrorist attack." Because initially, we didn't know whether it was an errant small plane. That was the initial guess before we found out that it was 2 wide-body Boeing 767s that were flown into the Twin Towers, the North Tower and the South Tower. And then, of course, you had a Boeing 757 that crashed into the Pentagon. And then you had another Boeing 757 that was headed to Washington, either to the Capitol or the White House. And the passengers were instrumental in bringing that plane down before it could fly to Washington. And that went down in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. 2,977 people lost their lives that day 23 years ago. 9/11, folks, never forget. 8:50 at the MJ Morning Show, wrapping up over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. We'll move on. Got a whole hour to go. Next here on the MJ Morning Show. If you've got a MJ Morning Show on Q105. So I had the Today Show on one of the TVs here in the studio, and they just did that Smuckers sponsored old age, picture on the bottle feature they do. I don't even, you know what I'm talking about? When somebody hits like 100.
Okay, then they feature them.
Yeah, I think you got to be at least 100. They just had a picture
Yes,
of a...
you do. I'm Googling it.
You got to be 100, right?
Mhm.
What is it? Read it to me.
Today's Al Roker and our sponsor Smuckers continuing the tradition of recognizing viewers turning age 100 or older.
Exactly. So they just did, and you've seen it, folks. Today's show, they got the big Smuckers bottle, the strawberry jam or whatever. They got a Smuckers bottle on the TV, and then on the label, they've got a picture of the person. They just had a lady named Grace. Of course, it's Grace. Grace, that name's coming back. That's one of those old lady names that's actually coming back. And it sounds good. I like the name Grace. I think Grace is great. I think it's a very pretty nice name. There are some names that are old that they just leave them, leave them in the cobwebs. Like, Gertrude.
I was just going to say Gertrude.
Yes.
Or like, there's one with a Z, Hazel. I'm not a big Hazel fan.
Hazel. Yeah. All right. So listen to this. Grace Gustafson, I think it said from Norwich, New York. 109 years old today.
Ooh, what's her secret?
Oh, my God. She's probably, bumping coke all day long and downing Four Roses whiskey.
Great. Party girl.
But you know what? If you're 109.
You do what you want to do.
Well, are you thinking that, man, it's any second
Any
now.
second. I'm going to expire.
It's any second, man. Yeah. What's the expiration bottle on that bottle of Smuckers?
Right?
Am
I going to outlast that?
That jar. With a name like Smuckers, it's gotta be good. 109 years old.
But I swear, I don't really think that Grace is doing bumps of cocaine, but I think that she does. She probably has like some vice, because I feel like that's always the case when you hear about these 100-year plusers. They're always saying, "Oh, it is that shot of whiskey every night, or the 2 glasses of wine, or my gambling habit, or whatever it is, some sort of vice."
Come on.
Wait. You have to let more of it play. It's not She-Bop, is it?
No, it's not. Not She-Bop.
I don't know that I've heard.
Yesterday, but The Goonies is going to be remade according to all the buzz and the rumors floating around. Do we really need a Goonies remake? I don't even know if the Goonies originally really needed to be made.
Well, just like it came out in right?
Yeah.
Came out in 1985.
What the hell's going on?
I don't know.
Sorry, I moved my mic.
Okay, I knew that wasn't me.
Yeah, I didn't know where that came from.
Yes,
Yes.
the Goonies needed to be made, and I wouldn't mind a reboot, a pickup.
Well,
it doesn't need a remake, though.
No, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about that, and The Goonies was out in 1985. It's become a cult classic.
40
move.
years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you got the Adventure Kids, and now there's a follow-up. There's going to be a sequel. Allegedly.
That's not a remake.
Okay, did I say remake? All right, I correct myself. I apologize. I misspoke. Not a remake, but a sequel, a part 2. And there was a report in the U.S. version of The Sun. So the U.S. Sun is saying that, all of the original cast members are expected to return for the movie. And that would be Sean Astin, Josh Brolin. Can you believe Josh Brolin?
Wow.
What was the unbelievable movie he was? No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, that was really good. Oh yeah.
God, man, what a movie. So Sean Astin, Josh Brolin, Corey Feldman.
How's he doing?
He's had his kid star problems, hasn't he?
Yeah, just a bit, just a few.
Jeff Cohen, Kerry
guy.
Green, Ki Hua Huan, and Martha Plimpton were also in the movie. And it is being reported that it's in the works. That was a Steven Spielberg movie. I wonder, is Steven Spielberg going to be back at it?
I don't know.
Yeah. What do you do? See, what you pick up the movie with all these folks as adults, and they're going to be on a new adventure?
As adults?
I got to be honest. I was so disinterested in this movie in 1985, I never saw it.
You've never seen Goonies?
Confession.
mean-
MJ Morning Show confession. I've probably, flipping around on the premium movie channels over the years, like, HBO or Showtime or Cinemax. I've caught like maybe 7-second segments before I quickly changed the channel. The movie just it never interested me.
Oh.
And I've never seen Goonies.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
I just found out something weird about myself. I had a crush on Josh Brolin. I didn't realize that was Josh Brolin as a kid.
I thought you were going to say you had a twin you just discovered attached to your abdomen.
Well, that too.
Undeveloped. I wish you had a talking twin that was just like, would be able to put a little microphone down there. A Roxanne talking.
Talk out of my stomach.
Exactly.
Hold on, let's get her take. Well.
Yeah, so Steven Spielberg, I guess he was a producer. Richard Donner, he directed The Goonies, and he died in 2021. He's not going to be available. But Steven Spielberg, I guess, came up with the story, and it's about these kids that are, what were they? They were in the Pacific Northwest, right? It was like Washington State or Oregon or something like that, right?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, and they go out on this adventure, so.
So check it out, MJ. It's not, I'm not going to say it's going to change your life. I don't know if it stands the test of time.
Did you say, check it out?
Check it out.
Check it out. And what were you saying, Andrew? There's another movie that's going to reboot as well?
There's a sequel coming to Ferris Bueller, too.
Get out of here.
Oh,
Really?
my gosh. No, I'll see that for sure.
Are you? Oh, me too. Really?
It's not about Ferris.
What?
Who's it about?
The spinoff is about the adventures of what happens in the Ferrari when they park it at the
Get out
garage.
Of here. Really?
That's amazing.
Oh, come on. At least give me a spin-off of that the Cretan kiddie porn principle. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He's a bad guy.
Ed.
Mhm.
Yeah, Ed.
Mhm.
I think last I knew, I think he lives in Sarasota too. He got in trouble with all kinds of creepy stuff.
Hey, you know what's so funny? This just reminded me when you talked about him getting in trouble. Who's the guy from Greece who got in trouble for stuff?
Kanicki?
No, not
I
Kanicki.
don't know.
You know the nerdy guy who got beat up in Greece. He got in trouble for like creepy, I want to say kid stuff.
I don't know.
Andrew, do you know who I'm talking
The
about?
gentleman who played, I use the word that word loosely, played Eugene.
Thank you, Eugene. Eugene got in trouble.
Oh, the Eugene guy, the yes, him, the nerdy guy.
So I don't know how this came up, but I was having a conversation with my kids about actors and how they play characters and
avoiding pedophiles.
Yeah, no, I don't know how this got up, but my daughter never forgets it. She reminds me every time we watch Grease, and I guess I said to them, some people who are actors play good guys, and then in real life they're not good guys, and then the converse is true as well. A character can be a really good person but play a villain. And so I'm explaining this, and I used Eugene as an example. I'm like, this guy's been in trouble.
What's his name? What's his real name in real life?
Andrew?
Eddie Deason.
Eddie
Deason. All right.
So we're watching Grease, and I told them during that time he got in trouble. I didn't give the details of I think it is a pedo type of thing, isn't it, Andrew? But every time we see Eugene in Grease now, because it's one of our favorites, my kids go, he's a bad man. He's a bad man.
He was arrested for 4th-degree burglary.
Really?
2
Okay,
counts of
burglary.
trespassing.
Oh, wow.
And a count of disturbing the peace, trying to force his way to a nursing facility.
Who was the actor that was also stalking some waitress at a
Right.
diner?
I think that was him.
Was that him as well?
Was
I
it?
remember there was some actor that was stalking a woman, a waitress. Seriously,
That is him.
Oh,
Yes,
same
you're
guy.
right.
That's him.
Mhm,
That's right. Yeah, it just dawned on me. Guess what? Michelle just texted me. She's never seen Goonies either.
Oh, date night, birthday date night. You've got your movie all picked out.
There we have it. Hey, heads up for this. I've got some audio I want to play of a guy that claims that he was nearly the victim of a scam at Target.
Nearly. He wasn't the victim of an actual scam, but he almost got scammed.
Well, apparently he was getting ready to get suckered, and then they pushed the envelope just a little too far.
Ooh.
And I guess it was just like a racket to like distract people, and then they put their credit card in and don't even know what they've just done. I want you to listen to this. I want you to listen to Adrian Moorfield. And he shot a video and put this up on social media. Listen to this guy.
I'm in the store. I'm minding my business. This woman, she's short. She has like jet black hair. It's in a pony. She comes up to me. She has a foreign accent and she says, you know, I'm really sorry. I really hate to do this to you, but I was wondering if you could like help me. I'm not asking for any money, but I'm like a new grandmother and I have a newborn granddaughter and she's really in need of some baby food. Like, could you please just help me? Y'all, I have to say the accent, I think it was like Russian or Ukrainian or something, but I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, of course. Like for the newborn, I gotta love the kids. Okay, show me what you need. Take me to let's go to the baby food aisle and you can tell me what you need.
All right, so what happens next?
We get to the aisle. She goes and grabs like a couple of cans of like Infamil formula or some things and like maybe a couple of boxes of like, it didn't make sense to me at the time, but I was like, okay, but it would look like baby grits. So it might have been like cereal.
Baby grits.
And she's like, she gets a few things. She's like, okay, thank you so much. Boom. So then as we're leaving the aisle, up comes this other woman and she's walking towards me. So then the grandmother says, oh, this is my daughter. And so I was like, oh my gosh, I heard about the baby. Yes. She was like, thank you so much. Thank you for helping. She was like, you don't understand. She's like, I'll pay you back. I'll pray for you. You don't understand. I know. I understand the situation. So she was like, oh my, do you mind if she was like, I'm sorry, I forgot one more thing. Do you mind if I grab another thing?
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, yeah, sure. So she goes to an aisle. Right. That was not the baby food aisle.
Nope.
But it was still in the baby section, the baby area.
Yep.
So she goes to the shelf. She goes right to it like she knows exactly where the items were, which is suspicious.
Yeah, you're getting set up, dude.
She grabs a few things. She comes back in her little basket. Why does she conveniently have a basket on her arm?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, she comes back, and she's talking to me. We're going to the register.
Yeah, with a whole new basket of stuff.
So they're talking, boom, get to the register. She ushers me up to the control pad. They set the belongings down. The baby food and all the things are there. The nice young associate,
listen to this.
He's ringing up the items, right? So I'm watching the baby food go. Boop,
yep.
Boop. 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 Boop.
Right?
Boop. So I'm watching the total go up.
What do you think the total was with all the additional items? So they tried to get them up near the keypad, you know, where you put your credit card in.
Right.
And they're trying to get him away, and they're like feeding additional items down the belt, hoping he doesn't see.
And while the total is going up, guess who's trying to distract me?
Yep.
If you guess the daughter, you're correct.
Yep.
She's trying to distract me by like talking to me, just being so appreciative. Thank you so much. Thank you. You don't understand. I pay you back. I pray for you. Keep in mind, this is the exact same speech.
Yep.
The exact same, verbatim.
Yep, I pay you back. I pray for you.
What she said to me when we were in the aisle.
Listen.
Okay, the exact same thing. This is rehearsed.
Duh.
Looking at the price as the numbers go up.
Wait
and up.
for it. Wait for it.
No.
Wait for it.
Tell me why, when they're done scanning, the price is $800. What kind of caviar-laced baby food are you buying?
And
$800. They're trying to distract the guy when they're loading all kinds of additional crap onto the belt. And you know the deal is it goes through, it's paid for, they get the hell out of the store, they're gone. And when the guy figures it out, he might call the credit card company. Yeah, I don't know if anything would be done. And the scammers, these gypsies or whatever the hell they were, they're long gone. And then he went on to see that he saw them. So he said, nope. He shut the whole thing down. He didn't even buy their baby food, nothing. You try. You know what? You try to do something nice. These little scammer gypsies. They're wrecking hungry baby food issues for everybody now.
Yeah, and you can see how they would get scammed.
They're screwing with hungry babies everywhere.
Not right. But you can see why that might happen, why someone might fall for that. You say $800, who would pay that? That's ridiculous. But if if you've already committed, I'm going to do this nice thing for these people, then you're looking at it as you're helping them. You're not thinking that they're going to scam you.
When you travel in Europe, speaking of gypsies, when you travel in Europe, and it used to be really problematic in Italy, in Roma and Firenze, which is Florence, the gypsy kids, they would come up to you and swarm you like they're just like begging for coins. Oh, please, please. Oh, yeah. And they're kind of like tapping you. And sometimes they're holding a newspaper or a cardboard box, like a flap. They're holding like a cutout from a cardboard, and they'll kind of like run it into your stomach. And then they're going into your pockets underneath. So
you think you got hit in the stomach, so you're feeling that, but they're really lightly going into the
up against you, and all their little accomplice, little gypsy, little bastards, they're like grabbing into your pockets, and they're pickpocketing you blind.
Oh, geez.
So you got to be careful for that.
My sister got taken by some gypsies in, I think, Czech Republic.
Oh, yeah, that's they're crawling over there.
They did this scam where they were like moving hide the ball
it's
under
like a termite infestation.
The hide the ball game.
Got to call Magnum Pest Control and tent that thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Where they move the balls under, hat A, B, or C, and they move them all around, and somehow they pulled her into it, and she lost some money.
She got suckered into the shell game,
the shell game. Thank you. That's the word.
Or 3-card Monty.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, don't fall for that crap. Yeah. Anyway, don't fall for that scam. If my baby's hungry, please help me with some baby food, please. Oh, God bless you. You an angel sent you. Oh, praise you. God bless you. Thank you. I don't know. And then next thing you know, they're trying to rip you off for $800, and the daughter, the accomplice, is trying to distract you so you don't see all the crap that's getting rung up that you're about to stick your credit card in on. I see some phones are ringing here. Andrew, grab maybe some folks are phoning in on this. 800-990-1047 is our number here on the MJ Morning Show. 800-990-1047. Wow. All right, we have an update on Diddy.
Oh, another one. I know. This is a big follow-up.
Yeah, this is big. Sean Diddy Combs has been ordered to pay $100 million in a sexual assault judgment.
I'm shocked at this information.
I bet you are. Yeah, Sean Diddy Combs ordered to pay $100 million. Maybe that's why he's putting his house up for sale.
That sheds some light on that home sale, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe. Default judgment. So this was a default judgment over sexual assault allegations by a Michigan inmate, Derek Lee Cardello Smith.
Now, I'm confused. Is Derek the one who originally blew this case open? Because I was reading the details of it and of his testimony, and it sounds like that pattern. Was this the guy who originally we started hearing from him when the story broke?
This has to do with that Rodney Lil Rod Jones.
Okay. Yes.
This is just a gigantic mess. As expected, we're getting calls on the gypsy scam. Hang on, Anonymous phoning in from Spring Hill. Hey, Anonymous, welcome to the MJ Morning Show. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, so you saw the scam locally?
I was scammed.
Oh my God, you were scammed? You were a scam-e?
Yeah, almost $10,000.
Whoa! You lost $10,000. All right, what happened?
All right, so I was in Walmart and I checked out. And I went to the car. I was getting ready to load my stuff, and this woman came up and she had an accent. She said she was Greek, but she said, sir, you dropped some money, and she had a 20 and a 1. And I said, where I keep loose, bills. And no, I didn't. And, she said, oh, look, check your wallet. So I took my wallet out, looked, I said, no, and put my wallet away. And she said, well, here, take this $1 for luck. And she gave me the $1, so I took my wallet out, put it in, and put it back in my pocket, thinking nothing of it. And then next thing I get is a notice from the bank about a ATM that was declined. I knew I didn't go to the ATM. What they did, I found out later from the cops that there's 3 of them, and they're working all the Walmarts around here, and they watch you put in your PIN, and then they pickpocket you. They distract you and take your debit card and run to the bank, and it's a Wells Fargo.
Oh, my God. So they watched you put that's why you always cover the PIN pad. You always take your hand, never just type in your PIN, always take your hand. And I haven't used an ATM in a very, very, very long time, but I'm able to, when I go to a PIN pad, cover the pad and even do the numbers without even looking, so they watched you put the PIN in, then they pickpocketed you. So then they had your debit card and your PIN number, and they cleaned you out over a couple of days?
No, they went right to the bank and they drew the money out. I had like $12,000 in savings. They moved it over to checking, and then they took $1,000 of the ATM outside. Then they went into the teller and used my debit card and took out another $9,600.
Oh, my God. Well, hold on a minute. Wait. So the bank didn't ask for any ID and confirm that they were the proper account holder?
No. And I go to that bank all the time.
Whoa. Was there any recourse? Did you go after the bank?
Yeah, but I'm still waiting for them to get my money back because it was a theft, and they're supposed to limit your liability.
And wait a minute, this was Wells Fargo?
Yes.
How long ago did this happen? How long ago did these gypsies scam you?
About a month.
Oh, so
it was on the 13th of July.
Oh, my. You mean August?
Yeah, August.
All right, so it's just a month and a couple of days. All right, well, listen, sit on Wells Fargo because there's no way that they should have allowed them to walk in and take that kind of money out. They should cover you. They should cover you on the ATM for the grand and then the additional money.
They covered me on the grand so far, but they're dragging their feet on giving me the rest. And that's all on camera. The cops went to the different Walmarts and saw there's 3 of them, and just there's a woman who's attractive, wears kind of a low cut top, and a couple guys or something. There's 3 of them.
Oh, man.
In this ring, and they're going around and, different. They're probably long gone from here. They probably moved on to another county or something.
Yeah, you know what? You should have permission to run them over in the parking lot.
I will.
I think it should be allowed. You should be able to run them over with your vehicle in the parking lot. Hey, Anonymous, thanks for the call. That was a very educational phone call that you just gave our listeners.
All right. So thank you.
I wish you the best of luck. Hey, thank you. Call us back when Wells Fargo coughs up the other money to make you whole, okay?
Okay.
And if anyone spots them and runs them over, call us up live. Thank you. All right, have a good one.
All right, thanks.
Run them over at a Walmart parking lot.
Yeah. Hey, my sister texted me, Angela texted me,
Yeah.
MJ, and she heard us talking about her getting scammed. It wasn't Czech. It was Frankfurt, Germany. She wanted me to clarify. And it was the Shell game. They scammed her on the Shell game.
There you go. All right. Hey, Bill, quickly. Bill in Lecanto, way up there. Hey, Bill, you're on the MJ Morning Show.
Same thing happened to me in Czechoslovakia. My wallet got taken there, too.
Wow.
But when they come up to you, it was more of adults that took my wallet then. But that same stuff happens here. You don't think she's here in the United States? The Veterans Administration. And you know how to stop her, right? Just like in the
They got some good cell service up in Lecanto. Bill, your phone is kind of in and out.
Well, I said I got the family, the guys there that.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, the phone is terrible. Bill, thank you for trying. Somebody get a new cell tower installed up in Lecanto, would you please? Hey, you were in and out, buddy. I'm sorry, but thank you for calling. I do appreciate it. All right, 9:25 at the MJ Morning Show. I was hoping we'd get him to call in, but I know he was up really, really late. Do you know that there was an ABC Action News meteorologist, one of the meteorologists under Dennis Phillips over at ABC Action News, that was on that Delta regional jet
in Atlanta. Holy
that
cow.
had the whole tail knocked off by a big Airbus 350. Yeah, if you haven't heard the audio on this is a crazy. Nobody was hurt, but man, he got 2 airplanes out of service. I mean, what a mess in Atlanta with a whole tail off a jet knocked the hell off by the wing of another bigger jet. If you haven't heard that audio, we have it coming up in just a bit. We have a lot that we got to do in the final segment. Oh, and speaking of transportation, folks are trying to draw a comparison, a parallel to a Carnival cruise ship grazing ice in Alaska to the Titanic. Like, what? You got to hear this as well. We got a lot. I can't even scratch the surface here. Final chunk of the MJ Morning Show is next. So don't move here on Q105. sold. You know what? Let me call him. Let me just see if Fester's already got some tire kickers. Fester, who works for General RV, that's his real job. That's where he, feeds the family, pays the mortgage. Not from this, gig. So Fester is up at this huge RV show, which happens this time of the year every September up in Pennsylvania. And he's in Hershey, and the show just opened at 9 o'clock. Let me see if he's got any tire kickers yet. I'm hoping he does extremely well, because he's a happier guy, Hang on, I got to call him twice.
What do you mean he's a happier guy? Continue that thought.
Can he put us on this phone number on the priority ring through? I mean, geez, already.
He might be with a customer.
Might be with a customer right now. Oh, yeah, if he's not picking up, he's with a customer.
Hello.
Are you with a customer?
I just hot dropped her.
Wait,
you hot dropped a lead?
Wait a second. So they were just what? They were just what do you call the customers that waste your time?
Strokes.
Stroke. So, is that the same for car dealers as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So
she was looking for a unicorn.
Okay, which doesn't exist.
Yeah. What was the unicorn she was looking for?
She wanted an RV that was 8 feet tall. Yeah, I'm like, man, they don't make that. It's not a
thing.
Not a thing. Well, they told me this, and I was like, I don't know who they were, but from everything I know, I've never seen an 8-foot RV. 9.5 feet's the lowest one I have, and he started getting huffy, and I was like, listen.
Oh, so she's looking for a shorter than usual.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Tell her to buy a 9.5 footer and drive through a low drive-through at Arby's.
They'll take it right off.
We'll take you right down to 8 feet.
Oh man! Yeah.
Buy an RV and drive it to the Tampa International parking garage.
Yeah, don't do that.
We'll take you right down to 8 feet.
Oh man!
Oh, did you get that video I sent you of the RV pulling in front of the vehicle and the car driving right through the RV?
Dude, that is crazy, man. That was some really scary video.
Yeah, I got a video in one of my reels, and I forwarded it to Fester. Fester, was that your first tire kicker?
I think no. We've been open for about a half an hour. We've had a couple of tire kicker, nose pickers coming through.
All right. Do you have any leads, any prospects yet in the first 37 minutes of the big RV show in Hershey, Pennsylvania?
Here's the deal with the RV shows. Wednesday, if you're a buyer, Wednesday's the looking day. If you want to see everything that's out there, because it's a 2-day ticket. If you want to see everything in your category, you come Wednesday, you see everything, and you kind of narrow it down to 1, 2, or 3.
All right. When is the last day of the show up in PA?
It's Sunday at 5.
All right. So is the best time to try and buy and get the best deal Sunday at 3 o'clock?
You know what? Not really, because the inventory and selection's available now.
Oh, okay. Oh, I hear you. Oh, yeah. Look. He's trying to salesman me right now.
Well, no. I mean, if you want an RV for wintertime, buy the one that I have here at the show, or buy one I have in my inventory, because they're all going to sell Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Come the weekend, those are going to be all orders, and they may not come until after the new year.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah.
What am I missing over there?
So if I'm cousin Eddie and I'm looking for a new RV to drive to Clark Griswold's house, I got to take something off the lot right now.
I mean, listen, if you want to make it in time for Christmas,
Schnitter's full.
Cleaver's full. Is this rice cooker week?
Next week I think we're going to do the rice makers.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're back. Yeah, Roxanne will be gone. You'll be here. Yeah. So next week I think I'm going to give away a Zojirushi rice cooker every single day next week. I'm like Oprah. The Zojirushi rice makers are one of my favorite things on the planet.
You get a rice maker.
Exactly. So I think next week we'll give away the rice makers, and you just keep listening, and we'll tell you, when to call in. Yeah, because it's National Rice Month, September, and Zojirushi, the finest in rice cookers, Japanese company. And trust me, they know how to make rice. They've given me another 5 to give away to you, our valued MJ Morning Show listeners.
How about you ask Zojirushi for 7 and you give one to Roxanne and I?
There you go.
They sent me. They sent me
You
5.
can test them out.
Yeah, they sent me 5. Tell you what, if people don't pick them up, you can have dibs on the prize closet leftovers. But
Yay.
last year, every single person got their rice cooker like within a day.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah. I mean, these are nice units. All right, Fester, good luck today, man. I hope you sell and feed your family because you're not making money enough to feed the family here.
Yeah, it's practically charity work at that radio station.
Yeah.
So.
All right, man. Good luck.
All right. See you guys.
All right.
Bye, Fester.
I like the idea. He didn't hear you. I hung up.
Oh, well.
I like the idea. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You buy a 9.5-foot RV and then you drive through an Arby's drive-through. You shave it.
That'll give you the height you
Shave
need.
the top right off. Hey,
What's she want an 8-footer for? Is she going to try to sneak it in certain lower places, I guess? I mean,
funny story.
yeah.
Michelle and I and Chloe and Julian,
Mm-hmm.
we went to Alaska. This was, I think, 2016. Listen, I can bring up my photo album, and we rented an RV. We rented like a 30-foot Forest River. I think it was an FR3, and we rented an RV for a week. We flew into Anchorage. We got a ride to the RV rental place where they're supposed to have like a brand new FR3 Forest River class, whatever it is, RV. And it's like a 30-foot unit. I mean, nice unit. And then the plan was we're leaving Anchorage. We're driving to the Kenai Peninsula for a whole week, driving all the way around, all the way down to Homer and, all over Alaska. And, it was great. We enjoyed the heck out of it.
Yeah.
We get to the dealer, the RV rental dealer, and they didn't have the one that I had reserved. They didn't have like the brand new one. They gave me a used one, or one that was, used more, and they apologized and said, "Oh, sir, we are so sorry." I'm looking at my photo album now. Here it is. It was August of 2017, because I'm looking at Chloe holding up the salmon that she caught on the Kenai River, which was great. Friends of a friend took us out on their boat, and we went salmon fishing. And
nice.
the kids
that
caught
must've been
salmon.
beautiful.
And then we ate that salmon for dinner that night. It was fantastic.
Did you
And
see
that's-
killer whales?
Well, I stopped at an outdoor place, and I bought one of those little hibachi grills, the
Oh,
cheap
yeah?
one with the little propane thing.
Uh-huh.
And we were at a campground with the RV, and I cooked salmon on the grill on the picnic table outside. And then in the morning, the whole thing was knocked on the ground. We heard the commotion in the middle of the night. Apparently, a bear had come over and knocked the grill right off.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Swiped it.
Yeah. So the story I was going to tell about, so why did I go to the RV dealer and suddenly new unit, and I'm getting a used one that's a couple of years old?
Tell
The
me.
previous renter drove through the portico at a hotel.
Oh, that's not funny.
And
Yeah.
sheared off the top. They tried to drive the RV, the portico,
Yeah, of course.
portico
Yeah,
at a
over
hotel.
the- yeah, like a-
and it was a certain height.
Where
and
you drop your bags off.
yeah,
and-
they drove the RV through it and shaved the top off the brand new Forest River FR3 RV I was supposed to get. So I had to get, and this one, like, to go straight, I had the wheel turned to like 6, like 7 o'clock.
Okay.
It's like,
To make it, you had to
Yeah.
constantly be in that
Little-
hold position.
Still, it was a fun trip. Fun trip. So, what time is it? 9:42. I was hoping.
Oh, MJ, I'm here today. I came into work to get your take on the Delta incident. So I hope we're getting to that.
Yeah, we're doing it right now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, hold on. You came. What? You only came into work to hear
Well,
the
I
Delta
mean-
deal? I'm a little disappointed because I was hoping that what's his name, Jason Adams. Yeah, Jason Adams is the weekend
Yes,
meteorologist.
that's right. I'm like, how do I know that name? Yes, ABC Action News weekend meteorologist.
Jason Adams, who does weekend weather on ABC Action News with Dennis Phillips. He was on the smaller commuter, the regional jet that had the tail sheared off.
Jeez.
I guess he and an ABC Action crew, they were headed to Louisiana to assist one of their sister stations with
because they have storms coming
because they have the
yeah.
hurricane is rolling into Louisiana. And what happened was at Atlanta, at Hartsfield-Jackson, a large Delta Airbus 350, which is a nice airplane.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big wide body, used for international runs. And the wing of the Airbus 350 clipped the tail of an RJ, I think it was a 900, one of the regional jets operated by Endeavor. And it knocked the whole freaking tail off of the small regional jet. It was a CRJ 900, which I've been on that plane a bunch of times as well. And the Airbus A350 is state-of-the-art, gorgeous airplane, same category as the Boeing 787, which is another very nice airplane. So here's the audio. If you want to hear the pilot, they knew they hit something. Listen to this.
The 295 Heavy, hold short of Victor, advise me when you're ready.
All right, we just hit something on the taxiway. Could you tell us what it was?
Oops.
Ground, Delta 295.
I just noticed that the tail on the RJ is missing. So Endeavor 5526, hold your position, and do you require any immediate assistance?
We're holding our position and stand by on no immediate assistance. We'll need a tow, though.
The whole tail of that CRJ is off. Yeah, we got the CRJ 900 with its tail off here off of Foxtrot 2.
Ground, you copy 295.
Short of Victor, it does appear that you struck the RJ that's holding short of 8 right.
Wow.
Okay, that's what we hit then. Yeah, we were on center line. Instructions were Echo short of Victor. We're holding short of Victor, and understand. Thank you. What did they hit?
Tower number 6526.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're expecting there to be a hydraulic leak behind us. We're showing dual hydraulic failure consists of 1 and 3.
Wow.
5526, Roger. We're going to go ahead and have the emergency vehicles come out and check you guys out.
Yep.
There's an operations vehicle behind you there. They'll check out the taxiway. And if you need anything else, just let me know.
All right, so let me tell you what it sounds like. The Endeavor CRJ 900.
Whose fault was it?
Well, we don't know this yet.
Okay.
The CRJ was instructed to hold short on the connector, stay there before you move, but then it sounds like the Airbus 350 was cleared and he was center line on his taxiway, but the wingspan, it was too long, and the Endeavor regional jet was not pulled up. They were toward the back end of where they were supposed to be. Maybe they should have been pulled up further, but, again, they'll determine on whose fault. It might be a tower Might be a tower issue.
Sounds like it might be.
Yeah, but that's some serious damage.
That could have been
that's
even
millions of dollars in damage.
And that could have been even worse.
Yeah,
much worse.
The Airbus was headed to somewhere in Europe. I was trying to see where the Airbus was headed. The Endeavor flight was headed to Louisiana, and that's why a local ABC Action News crew was on there to help. One of their sister stations with weather during the hurricane, and then the Airbus 350 was headed somewhere in Europe. I thought I saw where, but I can't find it now. But you got 2 planes out of service now, and that's going to be millions of dollars in damage. I think Delta is self-insured, too. It's not like they're going to call Jake at State Farm on this one. I think Delta is one of those airlines that self-insures as well. Yeah, Andrew.
Do you fix it or do they scrap this?
You know what? The Endeavor, depending on the age of that CRJ 900, I can look up the tail number and tell you the age. They might scrap the Airbus 350 is absolutely going to be fixed. So that plane has some wing damage, but they'll fix that. But the CRJ 900, depending on the age, Delta's fleet is pretty old. An Airbus 350 is very new on Delta, but Delta has one of the oldest fleets of domestic carriers. So this brings airplane talk to a conclusion here on the MJ Morning Show on a Wednesday.
This is what I came for. Thank you.
Really?
No, I was curious. I was reading the story. I was like, all right, I'm going to have MJ's expertise.
Yeah.
Sifting through this, or obsession, I should say.
Delta, I knew I saw this. Delta 295, the Airbus 350, was headed to Tokyo. I wonder if it was headed to Narita or to Haneda.
Speaking of Tokyo, that
Yeah.
I heard that's the number one out of the country destination for travels this winter.
I'll tell you right now that Japan is fantastic.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good
Yeah,
things.
we can't. I've been there 3 times.
Mhm.
You know, Michelle lived there for 5 years as a Marine brat at Yokosuka. And we love Japan. Japan is just fantastic. If you can get to Japan, it is wonderful. All right, with that, 9:48, we got to roll.
Hey, I have some stuff I want to do tomorrow. Cruise talk.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Because I'm going on a cruise on Monday.
Hold
What?
on. I got to shut it down.
What?
Affiliates, we're going to go late. Attention all affiliates, we are going to go late today. I teased the cruise. Speaking of transportation, folks are trying to make a big deal out of this. A Carnival cruise grazed some ice in waters in Alaska. Did absolutely some are like, oh my God, it was almost a modern day Titanic. No, it was not almost a modern $9:50 at the MJ Morning Show. Let's shut things down again.
Okay, but I'm doing cruise talk of my own tomorrow because I'm getting ready for my cruise. Maybe we'll have my sister call in and she can give you a little preview. She's like Andrew. She's a Disney, dare I say, weirdo.
Hold on. What about cruise talk? Is
Disney Wish. It's a Disney Wish cruise.
So, what? You're gonna make wishes?
No, she's going to tell us our itinerary. You're just going to hear. This is the before. This is the ramp up to the trip, and then we'll see. Then I'll talk about it when I return.
But what's interesting about that? What's going to be entertaining?
My sister and her obsession with how she's going to run us around. She's got everything planned, and
right.
people like to cruise around here. Big cruisers
Okay.
around here,
All right.
so it's very relatable.
All right. Well, okay. Can you submit that in writing to me?
No. I submitted it.
All right, folks, we'll see you back here tomorrow for the Thursday show. We'll also give away another Lucan's VIP. My wife's like, it's not VIP, it's a VVIP. You get to get even quicker VIP access when you win the Jason Momoa meet and greet. So tomorrow morning, we'll give away the last one. We've had 2 winners so far to meet Jason Momoa. Saturday morning, 10:30 at Lucan's, Midtown, South Tampa. And if you want to go, just show up. It's going to be busy, I'll tell you that right now. But it's not every day that Jason Momoa is sitting at the Lucan's Liquor in South Tampa on Dale Mabry. Folks, have a good one. We'll see you back here tomorrow on the MJ Morning Show on Q105. And do me a favor, please, let's be careful out there.
Hear the latest MJ Morning Show podcast on the Q105 app, powered by